Before we really dive into the story of Sir Jimmy Savile, OBE, I want to give a warning beforehand. As stated in the show opening, this case is much different from any that I have covered in the past. In fact, I may be the only true crime podcast who is attempting to cover Jimmy Savile, and there is a reason for that. I have spent the last 9 years researching Jimmy Savile, and by researching, I mean if it's been written about him, be it an article, an official government report, an internal report from a corporation, anything that has come out on Jimmy Savile that is available for people to read. I have it. I've read it. I've researched this man and his life more extensively than anything I have ever researched. Much like the Atlanta child murders, Jimmy Savile is my white whale, as it were. There's something about this case and the man at the heart of it that I find absolutely fascinating. And as such, because of the things we're going to be talking about during this week's episode, I want you, if you are easily offended, if you are squeamish, if talks of child sexual abuse is something that you might not be able to handle, turn the episode off, go listen to another show like True Crime Garage. They don't dive into stuff like this, because that is at the heart of the matter with the Jimmy Savile case. As I said, I've been researching Jimmy Savile for at least 9 years. And I went into researching him with a very open mind because the allegations against him, the breadth and depth of these allegations, was so mind-boggling to me. For those of you who are not aware of the allegations, it was alleged after Jimmy Savile died in 2011 that he had been a serial pedophile of both boys and girls for the better part of 60 years. And you will repeatedly hear me refer to the fact that it's alleged that he did these things because, other than people coming forward, there has been no physical concrete evidence to prove any of these things, and unfortunately, Savile is no longer with us to be questioned at length to get to the heart of the matter. Not that I believed he would have admitted to it were he still alive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Most people in the United States do not know who Jimmy Savile was. The best way I can put it, person I can liken him to the most, would be Dick Clark. If Dick Clark became as popular as Jesus and was known in every household throughout the country. Some people may think that that is an exaggeration. Believe me when I tell you it is not. Jimmy Savile released autobiographies, a book on his own religious views, various types of merchandise. He was on dozens of television shows. He had his own radio programs. He was knighted by the Pope. He was given an Order of the British Empire in the 1970s. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth. So, to compare him to Dick Clark with the popularity of Jesus is not a stretch in any way, shape, or form. This guy was as part of British culture as the Beatles were. But unlike the Beatles, where damn near every facet of their life is known, much of what we know about Jimmy Savile came directly from the man's lips. He was a very secretive individual who liked to do a lot of doublespeak and would ramble on incessantly about various aspects of his story, only to switch tactics right in the middle of a train of thought and move on to something else that was completely unrelated to what he had just been talking about. So it's very hard to nail down things in his life with any degree of certainty unless it's something that is a matter of public record. So who was Jimmy Savile? James Wilson Vincent Savile was born October 31st, 1926. The youngest of 7 children born to Vincent Joseph Marie Savile and Agnes Monica Kelly. Jimmy was born at Consort Terrace in the Burley area of Leeds. According to Savile, he was a very sickly child when he was born, and in fact almost didn't make it out of early childhood. According to Savile, he was so sickly that at age 2, he was basically on his deathbed with a priest coming and reading him his last rites. At which point, his mother went over to the Leeds Cathedral and prayed to Margaret Sinclair, Margaret Sinclair was a Scottish nun believed to have sway over sick children. As a consequence of this, supposedly Savile pulled through, but as he grew up, he was forced to wear braces on his legs. And the Savile family lived in a fairly large house. And as the story goes, there was a home for the infirm across the road from the family's home that Savile's parents both routinely volunteered at. And in later life, Savile would state that it was from this that he got his own sense of purpose in life, and that is as a man who would help those in need. Savile stated that he spent many hours of his early childhood over at this old folks' home, helping his parents and listening to the stories that the individuals who lived there had to tell him. Whether or not this is true, as with so much of Savile's story, is left to speculation. There is also some speculation that the crimes for which Jimmy Savile would later be accused after he passed may have had their root in this home for the infirm, as it's very likely that one or more of the individuals who called this place home may have taken an unhealthy interest in the young child and begun either grooming or just flat out abusing him while he was on the property. Savile's mother, who would go on to become part of his mythos, was a fairly overbearing woman. From everything that I have read, she pretty much kept Jimmy at her side at all times and looked on him as the chosen one. Now, there is no way to confirm or deny this particular aspect beyond that when his mother gave interviews while she was alive, she pretty much painted a picture of a young man who was her favorite and who was looked upon favorably by God himself. Savile's own siblings have gone on to recount that he was basically the baby of the family who could do no wrong in his mother's eyes. Savile's father, Vincent, was a chronically out of work individual who, when he did work, is said to have worked in the black market as a numbers runner, a bookkeeper for organized crime, as well as an accountant. At some point during his youth, Savile was able to get out of the leg braces that he was wearing, and he ended up going to a Roman Catholic school, which he left at the age of 14. It is known that he was something of a street urchin, one of those individuals who constantly ran the streets and was looking for an angle to not only make money but get over on other people. Savile himself stated that he and his father were involved in the black market scrap yarding business for a period of time. According to Savile, and I want to preface this particular part with that, when World War II broke out, he was conscripted to work as a Bevan boy in the mines. I prefaced that for the simple reason that other individuals who worked in the mines that Savile claimed to have worked in later went on the record and stated they don't ever remember seeing him there or having interactions with him. Savile stated that he ended up working in the worst part of the mines, which is an area where the various tracks converged, and he would sit there with a lantern, and his job was basically to make sure that the mine cars got onto the right tracks as they came from the surface and went further down into the mines, as well as when they were sent up from the mines to be sent back to the surface loaded with coal. And a story he liked to recount was that by this point in his life, he had discovered the various dance halls and arcades around Leeds. And he would go out to these dance halls at night and then show up in the morning in a completely white suit, at which point he would go down into the mines, stripping off all of his clothing and placing his suit inside of a bag of some type and going into work. And then when his shift was over, before coming back to the surface, he would put the suit back on and go to the surface, and this freaked people out because everyone there obviously was covered from head to toe in coal dust, whereas Savile was immaculate. And he later stated to the journalist Dan Davies that basically he didn't do this for any other reason than for something to do and to have some fun, but he realized in the reactions that he was getting from these coal miners that there was something to what he was doing. There was something to being a little bit odd and a little bit different from everyone else. And in his mind, he began searching for a way to turn this oddness into a financial situation. After the war ended, Savile continued working in the coal mines. And at some point while he was working in the coal mines, so the story goes, he was sent into a shaft to plant charges or something along those lines. And when they called for the all clear, no, he didn't hear them, so therefore he was still inside of this shaft when they set off the detonators, and the entire side of this mountain underground came down on top of Jimmy Savile. Apparently, people realized he was in there. They got him out. He suffered severe spinal injuries, and as a result of this, he basically went on what we would consider today as workman's comp, where he was forced to wear a back brace as well as plaster casts that went from the small of his back all the way down his legs. The interesting part here is that there is no record of this having happened. Interesting because the one bit of information regarding Jimmy Savile during this period of time states that he was sent home from the coal mines after a X-ray revealed that he had developed a chest cold, although his family did back up his claims to having been grievously injured in the mines. According to Savile, it was while he was convalescing back at home that he threw himself back into getting in shape. That means riding his bicycle and eventually running. This was in the late 40s, early 1950s, and it's interesting to note that the only bit of record for anyone bearing a resemblance was a man by the name of James Wilson, who ended up dying at the age of 22, and there is some speculation that Jimmy Savile may have, for a period of time, taken on his deceased cousin's name in order to avoid actually going into the mines. When I say that there's speculation about this, there's some commentators that believe that his tales of working in the mines are complete rubbish from start to finish, and that he took on the persona of James Wilson, his cousin, who had recently perished, and thus avoided working in the mines altogether, instead focusing on his black market activities. One small aspect of Savile's persona that I do want to touch on before I forget to mention it is his love of cigars. Jimmy Savile was one of those individuals where you never saw him in public without a large cigar clamped between his teeth, and this was something that he had stated he had picked up around the age of 7 growing up in Leeds, and that he had carried with him into adulthood. Whether this is true or not is unknown, but the reality is any pictures you find from Jimmy Savile, be it from the 40s, 50s, or onward, he always has a cigar clamped in his teeth. And I throw that out there to posit that if that particular aspect is true, there may be other aspects of his early life that are likewise true. And it might be lies sprinkled with bits of truth here and there. Back to his story about being injured, again, his family have confirmed that this actually did happen. And according to Savile, he was giving a pretty serious prognosis from the doctors in that he would never be able to walk again without the aid of walking sticks. And because of this, he developed a determination to prove them wrong. And according to Jimmy Savile, as he's convalescing in this room in his parents' home with the injured back and legs, he discovered American music via a radio station that was being piped in from the servicemen who were in the area. And he also took to posting pictures of Rolls Royces up around his room because he saw that that was what he wanted to be in life. He wanted to be successful enough in order that he should be able to afford one of these vehicles. Again, according to Savile, he's struggling with these injuries and he's becoming an old man. And one day he's walking down the road and he sees an image of an old man walking on crutches chasing him, and it was at that point that he realized that the old man was him, and he became determined to really prove the doctors wrong. Was that also at this period of time that Savile's father started to fall out of the picture? Savile, who would later speak of his father as an individual he pretty much hated, stated that he had sent his father on a trip abroad for a period of time, although this can neither be confirmed or denied, so that he could take his mother as his own. What that implies, I have no idea, although it should be noted that he and his mother had a very, very close relationship. I'm not saying it was a sexual relationship. She does not seem like the type of individual who would have put up for that type of thing, but Jimmy Savile pretty much at this period of time stepped into his mother's life as her sole provider and caretaker. Again, this is important because Savile was a very calculating, manipulative individual, and this really shows how he manipulated those around him in order to get what he wanted. He was the youngest of 7 children. He never really got the attention he craved from his mother by his own admission. So in adulthood, he put himself into a position where his mother would have no choice but to rely on him, and he could therefore get all of that love and attention that he desired from her. At this point in time, Savile was also working as a scrap meddler, stating that he was making 60 quid or bob a week, which was a small fortune at this period of time, and that this came to an end when his partner was suddenly killed in and around 1953. We do know is that Savile's father died from cancer in 1953, so it's not much of a stretch to assume that his partner in this illicit business was none other than Vincent Savile himself, and that when his father, with all of his various connections, passed away, Savile was left to look for a different means of income. Coupled with all of this going on, Savile began to move past the injuries he had sustained in the mines and became something of a local celebrity for his prowess on the bike. This is an important aspect of Jimmy Savile, as we will see later while we delve into him. But he was a very athletic individual, so much so that athletics, as well as what is about to come in his life, are what led him to fame. At some point during this period of time, again, we're talking the late 1940s and early 1950s. Again, it's difficult to pin anything down in Savile's life unless there is a public record, which will come later as he begins to become more famous. His mother, who was a frequenter of the local Mecca dance hall, heard from a friend of hers that a local boy in the neighborhood had developed a device that allowed for 2 records to be played, back to back. Basically, a DJ's turntable booth. At this period of time, it was a novelty. If Savile and one of his friends rented out the upstairs of a dance hall and threw a free dance using this individual's dual turntable along with a microphone. Again, this was something that was a novelty, unheard of in this period of time, and according to Jimmy Savile, he was the very first DJ to ever use a dual turntable microphone setup at a dance. What this allowed him to do was to have one record on standby while one was playing, as well as be able to intersperse the music with his own patter. On the night that he and his friend did this particular dance, the contraption that the local boy had come up with pretty much melted down. And although it was somewhat of a success, he later said of it that, they should have known better what they were doing before going into it. However, he walked away from this night with this to say, and this is coming from Dan Davies' amazing book, In Plain Sight, The Life and Lies of Jimmy Savile. Even then, as I stood there and played the records, I felt this amazing power is the wrong word for it. Control is the wrong word. Effect could be nearer. What I was doing was causing 12 people to do something. I thought, I can make them dance quick, I can make them dance slow, or I can make them stop. That one person, me, was doing something to all these people, and that's really the thing that triggered me off and sustained me for the rest of my days. You can read a lot into what Savile is saying there. According to Davies, he's talking about the control that he realized he could gain over other people. Some people may think that he's talking about the power that music has over people. Myself, I believe that in that little snippet, Savile was really just bragging about the fact that he had discovered he had something of a magnetic personality and could very easily get other people to do as he wished, therefore he could control them. Why would an individual want this? Well, it's very likely that inside Savile suffered from an extreme inferiority complex and felt that he was not in control of his own life. At any rate, at some point, Savile and another one of his friends began trying to turn these, what they termed disc parties, into a business, and eventually they were asked to host a 21st birthday party, which Savile stated started out badly, but as the night progressed, got even better. This is another part of his story, as so much as that it's hard to nail down dates to, because at some points he stated this took place in 1943 or 44 when he was 17 or 18, and other points he stated this took place in 1951. In 1951, Savile was part of the inaugural Tour of Britain bicycle race, except he was not racing as Jimmy Savile, he was racing as Oscar the Duke Savile. This is one of the first things in his life beyond his birth that we can verify completely. In fact, if you do a quick online search of the Tour of Britain, you will find Oscar the Duke Savile in the roster of those individuals who rode during the race. Savile, while he was a competitive bike rider and was described as quite good at it, saw the opportunity that being in these marathon races presented to him. He would show up wearing a full tuxedo and, preening and dancing to the crowds, and while the other racers were preparing themselves and stretching, he would have someone arrive bearing a silver tray with a brush for his hair and a cup of tea. Really, what he was doing was working the crowd much in the same way a professional wrestler or a carnival worker does. It didn't matter where he placed in the race. What mattered to Savile was that he was able to get all eyes in the crowd on him, thus negating the other racers. Savile really starts to come into his own during the Tour of Britain. Apparently he did fairly rough the first day or so of it, But that didn't matter. That first night while they were in Scotland, I believe it is, he actually went and joined the winner's circle for that day, along with the race dignitaries, bedecked in a suit before taking the stage and regaling the gathered crowd with his patter. Another story that emerges from this race is that Savile was supposed to meet up with the other riders to take a ferry across to another leg of the race, but by his own words, he had quote-unquote pulled a bird, meaning he had met a woman who he was more interested in spending time with than going with the other competitors. This is one of the first instances in Savile's life and career where it seems his libido is more important to him than what is set before him that he is supposed to accomplish. At any rate, Savile was able to convince one of the other people involved in the race to drive him over to where the other competitors were so that he could spend time with this young woman. Savile ended up dropping out of the race, but his shenanigans so impressed the organizers that they pulled another car up and had him follow behind the racers in a chase car, doing commentary along the way for those watching at home as well as those spectators who had lined up to watch the race. This is really important in Savile's life because this is the first time that the quote-unquote establishment begins to take notice of this odd young man from Leeds with this very unique personality. Because of his performance, Savile ends up getting similar gigs from the sponsors of this race, the Daily Express. In fact, he did commentating on the next few tour of Britain's as well as other high-profile races that the Daily Express sponsored. On top of this, something else happened during this period of time that is really what brought Savile to the national attention of the British public. Savile was offered a position as the assistant manager at the Mecca Locarno Dance Hall in Leeds. According to Savile, he walked into this local dance hall and just basically presented himself as the new assistant manager, while others stated that they persuaded Savile to apply for a job, and still others have come forward and said that Savile's reputation for his dance parties had become such that Mecca, which was known for really playing big band music, sought him out in an effort to get the younger crowds to come in. What are the dance halls? The Mecca dance halls were a series of halls that were spread out all over Great Britain that people would go to on a nightly basis, and they would dance. You've seen footage of them, black and white footage, in various films and newsreels of these people dancing most of the time with a big band playing behind them. Savile, with his dual turntables, was a change of pace in that regard, because now the dance halls did not have to pay for the band, they simply had to pay for the DJ. Savile was a master of self-promotion, and this really, more than the tour of Britain, his period in the Mecca dance halls is what really showed this. He was able to pull the kids in the late afternoon and early evenings to come and dance at his record parties. There's also, while this is going on, Savile moves out of his mother's home, claiming first to have lived inside of the dance hall's coat room before moving into an old derelict boat. Some have speculated that he did this in order to get out from underneath his mother's watchful eye, because, again, he has all these young people coming to these dances at the dance hall. He really can't be bringing any of these young women that he is invariably meeting back to the house without some form of reproach from his mother. So, and I agree with this assessment. It is very likely that he took these young women so that he could do what he wanted with them. Now, going back to the dance halls, they were very strict, regimented places where suit and ties were required. You had to dance a certain way, you had to act a certain way, and the teens were allowed to go there because their parents saw it as really the only thing for their children to go out and do at night, but also it was a safe environment that was considered quote-unquote morally wholesome. You wouldn't have any of the bumping and grinding that you have today at clubs. That sort of thing would not only have gotten you thrown out of the club, but very likely would have gotten the police called on you. When Jimmy Savile came in with his flashy clothes and his whole demeanor, things in the dance hall began to change. While the dances that Savile put on with his record parties were not monstrous successes, which he would later claim they were, the dance hall that he was assistant manager of had been struggling for some time, and the interest that he was generating eventually led the owners of Mecca Limited to take notice of him. And in 1955, they gave Savile a promotion and moved him over to the Ilford Palace de Dance, which was another one of Mecca's dance halls. This one was located in London's East End. Savile ends up working at this dance hall, which is struggling, and apparently the owners of Mecca suggest to him that he hold one of his record parties, which obviously Savile jumps at the idea because he had been thinking the same thing, but he was worried that following, his train of thought, throwing it out there to the owners of the company might have disastrous results for him, as they were very by-the-book individuals, and something like a record party was seen as outside the box and therefore taboo. This particular record party was apparently so much of a success that Savile kept on holding them, and he also took to hiring bodyguards to protect himself. You might be wondering why Savile might need bodyguards. There's been a lot of different reasons given for this. My personal belief is that Jimmy Savile hired these individuals as a way to shield himself from public scrutiny, as well as deal with any individuals, particularly males, who might have a problem with the attention that Savile was lavishing on their girls for that evening. Savile stated numerous times that young men would be brought down into the basement of the dance hall and beaten, while he himself was up in his offices, quote-unquote, entertaining a young bird. What I've read all of this to mean throughout the years is that basically Jimmy Savile saw the Mecca dance hall in London, as well as the one back in Leeds, as his personal hunting ground. Now, however, he's in London, he is the top of the food chain. He can use that persuasive personality of his, as well as the power he wields within the dance hall, to kind of get the girls there to do anything that he wants. Hey, look, can come upstairs with me for a half an hour. I'll let you in free for the rest of the week, or whatever it might have been that he was saying. It's the type of mastications that Savile, I would imagine, employed in order to get these girls to go upstairs with him, or wherever it is he wanted to come back to his apartment with him, in order that he could have his way with them. Some of that could have been Savile spinning yarns in order to make himself appear larger than life and more of a Lothario than he actually was. But there is documentation that is available that proves that Jimmy Savile was in fact taking liberties with young women at the dance hall, as well as being a bit heavy-handed with the young man who would frequent the dance hall. In fact, he had a number of scrapes with the law as a result of his activities. However, he was so successful, and he turned the business at the Mecca Dance Hall around so stunningly that the owners of the company tended to kind of look the other way with his other operation. And I would suspect that any legal trouble that Savile got into, because he was so successful and he was making them so much money, it's more probable than not that the owners may have lent him their lawyers or helped him out with the funds in order to get out of these various scrapes that he was involved in. There were other things coming in Jimmy Savile's life, however, that were going to build upon his power base and make him a little bit more untouchable, I think is the right way to put it. In the mid-1950s, Savile, who stated that he had become homesick for Leeds, was able to secure a transfer to Manchester, where he was put in charge of the local dance hall. Savile started hosting talent nights on Tuesdays. One interesting thing that came out of this was the band The Hollies, who started out as a group called the Four Tones, and as the story goes, they were successful in a number of these talent nights Savile held, and eventually went on to international fame because of this. He also went on to open the dance hall during the daylight hours during the week, which was something that was unheard of. He did this during the lunchtime hour, which would see the students at the local schools come in during their lunch period, which apparently got Savile into some hot water with the local educators, who thought that he was trying to corrupt the morals of the youth, which, if you know anything about Jimmy Savile, is more likely than not the truth of the matter. Savile also began to really expand his persona. He started to dress much more flamboyantly, not in the track suits that he would wear in his later years, but just in a much more flamboyant style. He also took to dyeing his completely jet black hair in various shades, everything from purples to silvers to bleach blonde. This is the mid to late 1950s, early 1960s. Men didn't do these types of things at this time, so it really stood out. He also went out and found an old beat-up Bentley, which he paid to have fixed up and have a Rolls-Royce grill installed on. He drove this around town and would have it parked outside of the dance hall, which attracted more attention to both Jimmy Savile as well as to the dance hall. Obviously, the teenagers see this car sitting outside. They think the man who is running the dance hall, this strange individual who is, hitting them with their patter and dressing so outlandishly, must have some money. Obviously, these young teenage girls are being attracted to this individual who is using his position of authority and this persona that he's presenting to them as an opportunity to take advantage of these girls. And this wasn't something that Savile was hiding by any means whatsoever. He was pretty open even at this point in stating that he was betting all these various young women. You have to keep in mind that back in Great Britain, and even I think to this point, the age of consent in Great Britain was 16. Savile was in his mid to late 20s, early 30s at this point. British society did not look down on a man of that age having sexual relations with a young woman. And that is what they thought of these teenagers as. 16, 17-year-old girls were looked at in British society, and in fact much of society across the Western world, as being young women who were fully capable of making their own decisions. And that's part of what is so tricky about Jimmy Savile and choosing to cover his case, because we as a society now are looking back on the things he did 50, 60, 70 years ago with 2020, 2021, 22 eyes and saying that is wrong. If we look at it from the societal point when it happened, there were people that looked at it and said that's not right, but they didn't look at it in the same way and say, no, that's criminal. You're going to see this more and more the further we progress through Jimmy Savile's story, because it wasn't just him that was doing it. I'm going out on a limb here, but it's factual. A lot of the rock stars that came out of the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, even the 80s and 90s were engaged in a lot of the same activities that Savile was engaged in. And by that, I'm not talking about going out and molesting 7 and 8 year olds. I'm talking about taking advantage of 16 and 17, sometimes 15-year-old girls for their own ends. And society turned a blind eye to it because it was somewhat socially acceptable. These individuals are famous or quasi-famous, therefore it's okay that they're doing these things. I'm not saying that it's okay that they did these things, but that is the look that society had at that period of time and over the ensuing years of, for lack of a better term, boys will be boys. That's how they looked at it. It was not something that was made a big deal of. So when Savile is doing all this stuff, yeah, he would get into scrapes on occasion with parents or law enforcement, whoever, but at the end of the day, the things he was doing that came to light were not considered criminal. That is not to say that there were things that he was doing away from the public glare that weren't criminal. As we left off last week, Savile had just been transferred from London to Manchester to a dance hall called the Plaza. And almost instantaneously, he made a splash in the area. Normally, the Plaza dance hall, as well as the other mecca dance halls throughout the United Kingdom, were only open at night. Savile started hosting lunchtime dances, which led to him butting heads with various employers around the area, as well as the schools, because students would leave school during their lunch hour and go to his dances and then come back late. And this invariably led to the headmasters, which in the United States we call principals, complaining to him that he was taking time away from the students' studies. Obviously, Savile did not care about any of this. He was only concerned with turning a profit for a business which would further enrich him, as well as building the mythos of Jimmy Savile. It was also around this time that Savile began wearing the outlandish outfits that he became known for. He had no problems, showing off his body by wearing see-through fishnet shirts, all sorts of just really strange and out there fashion choices. And this was a calculated risk on his part. He was trying to draw attention to both himself and to the dance. And as I discussed last week, he talked about how he realized that being odd or being different could work to his advantage. So he really began experimenting with this changing of his persona from just this really, weird, eccentric, charismatic individual to something else entirely, something that had never been seen before. This included eventually when Savile would start having his hair dyed. One particular thing of interest is stories have come out since Savile's death about his office at the plaza. He had a large couch inside of it, and he was known to tell his underlings that he was going to quote-unquote interview a young woman inside of the office, which is really, parlance for saying, hey, we're going to be getting it on in here, do not disturb. Whether any of these young women were under the legal age at the time that these activities occurred is really not known. But it is understood that Savile had a propensity to really aim for 16, 17-year-olds. Some people have said that he went so far as to go after 14 and 15-year-olds. During this specific period of his life, however, there is not a lot of evidence to say with certainty whether or not he was legally breaking the law. Morally, depending on where you stand on all of this, he was either doing nothing wrong or he was, acting inappropriately with children. My personal opinion on that matter is he was acting inappropriately with children. That would put him into the category of pedophile. However, in the interest of fairness, that term really didn't exist at this period of time in either Great Britain or anywhere else for that matter. And if he was taking advantage of girls who were 16, 17 years old, legally he was not doing anything wrong under British law. Gonna read a quick blurb from Dan Davies' excellent book, In Plain Sight, The Life and Lies of Jimmy Savile. This is a quote from a man by the name of Jimmy Donnelly, who was 16 years old at this period of time when he was attending the plaza. In them days, it was hard to say who was a pedophile. We didn't have the word pedophile back then. We had the word weirdo. And Savile was a weirdo. He always had the bobby socks girls, the young girls, in his cars. He'd always pull up with girls in his car, and going home, he'd always have girls in his car. And this is really something that's important to note, because what Savile was doing at this period of time was honestly no different from what rock stars such as the Beatles and Elvis Presley and any other name from the 60s, 70s, and even the 80s that you can think of. They were all doing this type of stuff. They called them groupies in the rock and roll world. Women like to go to and be seen with men who they, believe to be either powerful or to be celebrities. Whether that's right or wrong is inconsequential in the context of this. It is what it is. That's the reality of things. And you go to a concert today and there's a long line of young women, some of them easily not underage, who are in line to meet their quote-unquote heroes. That's a nice way of saying they're trying to get backstage so they can have sex with them. And for anyone who thinks that I'm spinning a yarn, the stories about the guys from Led Zeppelin are rife with tales of them having sex with, legally in the United States, underage girls, but girls who were in Britain of age. There's a famous story about Jimmy Page keeping a girl, some stories say hostage. I don't know if that's the reality of it, but he basically kept her under lock and key to do with as he pleased for a period of time. Then there's the stories of Elvis Presley, who was known to have a thing for much younger women, one of whom was Priscilla, who I believe was 14 or so when she and Elvis met, although obviously his media arm, Colonel Robert Parker, tried to paint it off as though it was a absolutely moral thing that the two of them were involved in, and that there was nothing untoward going on, and that she and Elvis did not do anything together until she was of legal age, which, if you believe that, I have a farm to sell you in North Dakota. To think that someone with that type of name recognition, popularity, and power would put themselves into a position with a young girl and then not do anything with that individual is the height of idiocy. So what Savile was doing at this time, and in fact what he did throughout his career, was very common among the entertainment crowd, particularly the rock and roll music crowd. Some of the ways that Savile was able to accomplish this is his flamboyant personality, the way he dressed, the kind of cars he drove. He put an air out that he was a multi-millionaire. There are stories of him walking around with a wad of cash in his top breast pocket, which Savile later said he had a couple larger bills on the outside, but on the inside it was either paper or much smaller bills. But he did that in order to put out an air that he was a somebody. He also was known in his personal life to continue on with the frugal manner of lifestyle that he had maintained while he worked in the mines and while he was living in the abandoned barge in Leeds. Basically, Savile did anything he could to save a dime and to cut corners and pinch pennies wherever he could, because having come from nothing, he didn't want to go back to it, so he very rarely, if ever, spent any of his own money if he could avoid it. That included paying people that worked at the Plaza Hotel. Savile also began courting controversy around this time. He was known for putting up fairly salacious advertisements outside of the plaza in order to entice teenagers to come and check out his dances. This next little bit comes again from Dan Davies' seminal work on Jimmy Savile, The Life and Lies. He'd put posters up around locally advertising, quote-unquote, Saturday night is crumpet night. When he caught flack from his regional supervisor over this, he changed it to read Saturday for Kife. If if you don't know what that means, it's basically, and I apologize for being crude here, but it's basically saying, come to the dance on Saturday if you want to get laid. Crumpet and kite are both euphemisms for a female's genitalia. The young people in and around Manchester knew what these words meant, and it caused a bit of a stir among the local populace. But Savile was already in the process of building up his outer layer of protection. His boss at Mecca may have been upset by the advertisements that he was putting up, but he couldn't deny the success that Savile was having. But Savile was also in the process of ingratiating himself to the local police forces. Befriending local law enforcement is something that Savile would do throughout the remainder of his life. He would build this safety net up around himself and call these individuals by various names. One of the things that we're going to get into later, but we'll touch on briefly here, is wherever Savile went in the United Kingdom, he had what he referred to as teams. Now, that could be groups of girls who were part of his entourage, who were really there just for, thrills and that kind of stuff. It could also include members of law enforcement or of the local government who Savile was in tight with. He had a way of making these types of individuals feel special and needed as he collected them around him like some type of, baubles or something. Savile did this everywhere he went, and Manchester was really the start of that. He got the local police to be a part of his group, one of whom was a man by the name of Inspector Lewis Harper, who it was said acted as Savile's quote-unquote eyes and ears. We can only speculate on what that means, although I suspect it is that Savile would use this man to find out if there were any rumblings either in the local press, possibly in law offices or in the court, or with parents about Savile's activities. Another individual that Savile came into contact with was a former professional wrestler. See, I told you this many moons ago that damn near everything I do can always be brought back to professional wrestling. And here's the first bit of professional wrestling in this story. There was a retired wrestler who lived in Manchester at this time by the name of Bill Benny. Benny went under the moniker of Man Mountain and also Man Mountain Benny. Benny owned a casino as well as a cabaret club that was adjacent to the plaza. He was also known to be a local pimp or a quote-unquote pudding eater. Benny was also known as something of a hard-handed individual. There is a lot of speculation and some evidence that it was through Benny that Savile may have come into contact with organized crime, which in the UK in the late 50s, early 1960s would more likely have not been the Cray twins. Benny was really the godfather of Manchester at this period of time, and Savile learned a lot from him, including how to brutalize unruly patrons without getting into trouble with the police. And this is something that Savile would brag about years and years later, this brutalizing of unruly customers. Almost always the individual being brutalized was either a teenage boy or someone in their early 20s who got out of line with one of Savile's staff, or more likely than not, got out of hand with a woman who was at the club. Savile liked to project this air that, although he was saying racy things, his dances were a place where parents could feel safe sending their daughters, because he wasn't a lecherous man who was trying to get into these girls' pants. No, heaven forbid. He was trying to protect them, and one of the ways he went about showing that he was protecting these girls was by making examples of young men who would get out of line with the girls. So there are stories of Savile locking young men in the basement of the dance hall, chained to pipes or to the boiler. Sometimes they are just left there for hours on end. At other times they are physically assaulted. Whether this is sexual in nature or just a beating is left to the individual's imagination. Savile never gave specifics about these kinds of things, other than to say that when the individual left, he understood that he was lucky to get away and would not be coming back to the plaza. Savile also had his bouncers at the club do things such as physically eject unruly patrons from the club, usually by means of physically picking them up and ramming them through the door. Kind of like what you would see in a movie. They pick them up, they carry them out, and on the way out, the person's head slams into the door as they're being dragged into the street and thrown to the ground. Whether or not this is true, these are the stories that Savile and people who knew him at the time have gone on the record as stating happened. To quote Savile, "I couldn't care less. Tied them up, put them down in the boiler house until I was ready for them. They'd plead to get out. Nobody ever used to get out of my place. I was judge, jury, and executioner." Give you an example of how Savile treated the amount of young women that used to come into his clubs. At some period, a police officer came in to inquire why so many young girls were inside, and Savile stated, "I said to the police chief, 'You do know your 16-year-old daughter comes in here, don't you? Would you rather she was safe here with me or being preyed on by all those scumbags and slags?'" That's the type of thing that Savile did throughout his year. He tried to really project this almost saintly aura about himself of, you can trust your girl with Jimmy Savile or your daughter with her, that nothing untoward is going to happen because of any of these other individuals. At the same time, while bragging about his sexual conquests. And it kind of put people off in that, on the one hand, they felt, oh, this guy's not going to let anything go on with my daughter. The other hand, he's being a card, he's telling us about, all of the things he's getting into. They never in their wildest dreams connected the fact that if he's having all these sexual conquests, who's to say my daughter is not among them? Because of how popular Savile was becoming at the dance hall in Manchester, he eventually ended up getting a phone call from Granada Television, who were looking for somebody who would be able to engage with the youth. There isn't any surviving footage of his first time on television. Apparently it was for some news program or other. However, according to Savile, the interview went so well that after it was over, the heads of Granada Television came to him and said, "Will you come back next week?" Again, according to Savile,
The fallout from his first television appearance was instantaneous, as that night at the dance hall, the queues for people trying to get into the club were around the corner, and when he inquired as to what was going on, he was informed that all of these people had seen him on television, and because he was a local guy and many of them knew him, he was now famous, and they wanted to be with and be around him. So, out of this TV appearance, Savile gets a series on Granada television, which he stated only lasted a few weeks before he was fired. He told The Guardian in April of 2000, "I said to Granada, I want to expose a book. It's for children and it's dreadful. There's this girl who's well underage. She takes up with a geezer who's young's old, and eventually they schlep off together." According to Savile, the book he was talking about was Peter Pan. But apparently this really upset the people at Granada Television, and they let him go. Whether this is true or not, I have no idea of verifying. Again, Savile told a lot of stories in his life. It could well be that this happened. It could also be that somebody in Granada either saw him doing something, or they caught wind of the rumors of the things that Savile was purported to be up to at that time. It is interesting to note, however, that as was so often the case in Savile's life, he made a joke about a younger girl and an older man and how reprehensible he thought that was, despite the fact that he was an older guy going after younger girls. So Savile was really talking out of both sides of his neck. On the one hand, he's, stating how awful it is these older guys go after younger girls, and if your girls come to my club, they'll be safe. On the other hand, he's going after these girls and doing Lord knows what with them and being really open about it. But he had such a dual personality and such a strong personality that people really seemed to dismiss the things he was doing and the things he was saying out of hand of, oh, that's just Jimmy Savile being Jimmy Savile. And this is something that continued throughout his life. Much as the hints of violence continued throughout his life. According to Savile, he hired a group of men Hungarians to act as hired muscle at his club in order to deal with what he always termed as the villains. Basically, that was anybody who was not following Savile's rules. Again, I spoke of this a few moments ago. They would beat these kids up, but Savile made certain that no marks were ever left. And this is, I believe, something he learned from Bill Benny. Savile liked to brag, too, about his connections to the underworld that were fostered during this period of time, and would tell people in later years that a lot of the people who worked for him were also employed by the Krays. Again, this is something Savile did throughout his life. He liked to paint this image of a, saintly individual, while at the same time letting you know that he was anything but a saint, and that he had no problem having sex with any woman who was willing to give it to him, as well as using violence to achieve the aims that he was after. That part of the story, however, may, more likely than not, at least in my opinion, is an embellishment of Savile's. And I say that because that was something else that he did quite often, is he would tell you his story, but it was never the same story twice, and it was always a little bit bigger each time he told it. I have no doubt that he had some hard-nosed people working for him while he was running the dance halls, But the idea that he had, for lack of a better term, full-blown mafia members working at the dance hall for him, and that the Krays had no problem with this, that's a bit of a stretch. You know, he probably had some low-level thugs that were working for him who may have been known to the Krays and may in fact have worked with them on various jobs here and there, but I doubt he had anybody who was actually within their organization and high up enough to matter, busting skulls inside of his dance hall. Because of how successful Savile was in the Plaza Dance Hall in Manchester, it was decided to make him the manager of all of the dance halls in the north of England. Savile was sent back to Leeds by Mecca. Savile had much the same type of success back in Leeds as he had in London and then Manchester, and he upped his ante, buying more outlandish cars, but also taken to riding his bicycle into work, wearing a red, white, and blue tracksuit with a large flag that said Mecca Dance Hall hanging from the back of the bike, and Savile went to great pains to make himself visible in the downtown area of Leeds where the dance hall was situated. And it was said that a social scene sprang up around Savile with a number of individuals riding bikes who would follow Savile on his little outings. But more importantly than that, at least to our story, is the social circle that sprang up around Savile behind closed doors. Much like in Manchester, Savile started to surround himself with some very powerful, important people from the local government as well as the police forces. In doing so, and in being as flamboyant as he was with, the wild clothing and the cars and the hair, it was painted a different color constantly or cut into a new, strange shape. Savile was like a walking billboard that flashed at the young women who attended his club and called to them like a beacon, and again, just as he had everywhere else, Savile was able to, I don't want to be crude here, but it's the best way to put it, have his pick of the litter. He did the same things in Leeds that he was doing in Manchester, but he was also known to have a place called the Black Flat, which was a apartment he had that was entirely painted black, and it was known among the youth and those within his circle that Savile regularly took young girls and women back to his apartment to do with as he wished. An interesting anecdote that comes out of this period of time comes from a man by the name of Dennis Lemon, who said that one day Savile showed up for work basically pissed off, and when he tried to find out what was going on, he was informed that Savile was due in court the next day because he had gotten into some trouble with a few young girls. Later, when he tried to find out what had become of the case, he was told that Savile did what he had done in the past, which is he had paid the young women off. This is really the only story about Savile paying off his alleged victims that is out there, but if true, it does paint a very different picture of Jimmy Savile than the one that was present in the public for so many years, that of somebody who knows he's doing wrong and will do anything that he has to in order to ensure that he does not get into trouble for it. In 1959, Savile had his first major exposure on a television program. This was on the BBC's jukebox jury, and he made certain to dress as outlandishly as he possibly could. This ensured that he would receive a write-up in a local music paper, as well as just draw attention to himself. And Savile, as he did throughout his career, never made mention of what he was wearing. He acted as though it was completely natural, and this is one of the tricks that he had learned. It's, to quote him, "It's great to be odd, but if you have to point it out to people, then it takes away some of the fun of it." So Savile went on to this show, looking like a madman, and a few days later he wrote to a number of different television stations, one of which was the Tyne Tees Television. Savile informed the Tyne Tees Television company who he was, and that he would be in Manchester on Thursday if they cared to meet the man who had been on Jukebox Jury. According to Savile, a few days after this, he got a letter saying yes, they wanted to meet him. So Thursday he drove up to Newcastle in his Rolls Royce, parking in front of the building before going in to see the station's managers. And upon seeing this man before them who had pink hair, he pretty much blew them away, because individuals, specifically men who had, outlandish clothing on and wildly different hair coloring, they weren't even a novelty at this point. It just was something that didn't happen. Men were expected to be respectable looking at all times, whether or not they were in the business world or in the entertainment industry. I mean, if you look back at Elvis Presley or Buddy Holly or anyone who was a name in the entertainment industry, despite how they may have portrayed themselves in whatever their chosen profession was, they always looked respectable and presentable. They might be wearing an open collar shirt, but they were dressed in, a manner that would be seen as respectable for the times. Jimmy Savile was the complete opposite of that. Not long after his meeting at Tyne Tees Television, Savile got a call from a man by the name of Pat Campbell, who worked for Decca Records. Decca was set and in position to be the distributor for Warner Brothers Records albums in the United Kingdom. The reason that this man contacted Savile was he was looking for a radio DJ to host a show on Radio Luxembourg. I need to explain this for those of you who may not understand the history of radio and television in the United Kingdom. The British Broadcasting Company, which is in reality a government organization, did not allow commercial radio and television to be broadcast from inside the United Kingdom. They had a lock on everything. So you had a handful of television stations that were outside of England who would broadcast within the country, specifically radio stations. They were called pirate radio stations. Radio Luxembourg was one of these radio stations. They would broadcast music that the BBC would not play. They would actually play the stuff that the kids wanted to hear. And they kind of branded themselves as these rebel rock radio stations, as opposed to, the stuffy old BBC with its airs of it being prim and proper. And the BBC really hated these stations because they were cutting into their audience. Well, Savile was hired to host a radio program on Radio Luxembourg in what eventually became known as the Payola Scandal. And for those unfamiliar with the Payola Scandal, record companies were paying both radio stations as well as DJs, and this isn't just in the UK, this was in the US as well, to play specific records. Let's just say, hypothetically, the Bee Gees released a new single, and the record company wanted it to receive a lot of airplay in order to boost its sales. They would go to the radio stations and pay them to play it, 3 times over a 2-hour period, which eventually led to a load of shit because how dare, they pay these companies money to play their record. Which, let's be honest, is not far off of what is happening in the radio nowadays. The record companies kind of let the radio stations know which singles of theirs they would like to be played more often, and because of that they will get, maybe not cash kickbacks, but they will get some form of remittance, whether it be, trips, or they'll send their radio or their musicians into the radio station to do lead-ins for them or provide them with an interview.
Savile ended up having a tryout for Radio Luxembourg in London, and apparently he ran for 5 minutes and played 3 records, after which he was told, "Thanks, we've heard enough." 2 days after this, Savile was sent on a 2-week trip to New York, courtesy of Mecca Dance Halls, who had named Savile manager Winter Season Gold Cup. While he was in New York, a cable arrived from Warner Brothers letting him know that he needed to return to the UK immediately, as he was being picked up as a DJ for the Radio Luxembourg show. To say that Jimmy Savile was very quickly the most popular DJ on Radio Luxembourg is an understatement. They were pretty upfront with the fact that it was a Warner Brothers show that he was hosting. However, Savile had an unusual rapport with his audience, and the music that he played very quickly entered onto the mainstream charts, and this led to other opportunities for Savile. A month after he started his show for Radio Luxembourg, the owners of Tyne Tees Television contacted him to let him know that they would be starting a new weekly pop music show aimed at teenagers that would be co-hosted by a 20-year-old woman by the name of Valerie Masters. This show was called Young at Heart, and it ran for 8 weeks. At this point, the myth of Jimmy Savile really begins to build upon itself. He's starting to get popular on television. He is very popular on Radio Luxembourg, so much so, in fact, that he moves from not only doing his Warner Brothers show, but within a few months, he is doing at least 5 half-hour shows on the radio station. One of which was the Teen and 20 Disc Club, which became so popular that Savile actually had a fan club created that included membership cards, and Savile was an equal opportunity offender in this regard. He even tried to get what he termed as the
Under the Bedclothes Club to listen into his show. Under the Bedclothes meant that he wanted the kids to hide underneath their blankets and sheets with their radios and listen along as his show ran. Which, if you've watched any movie pertaining to this period of time, there's always that one kid hiding under his covers listening to the radio or reading a book. Jimmy Savile was actually pushing for children to do this, so who knows, that may have been an invention of his own that he popularized that has gone on to become a part of pop culture. As 1960 wore on and Savile's popularity continued to build on itself, he was given a unique opportunity. In January of 1961, he flew to Los Angeles and presented Elvis Presley with a gold record on behalf of Decca Records, who, if you'll remember, was a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. Savile ended up being photographed with Elvis Presley, who was in Los Angeles filming a movie at the time, and he was so impressed by, the fact that he had gotten to meet this man, he had the photographs blown up into large picture boards, which were placed outside of the Mecca Dance Hall in Leeds, which he still managed. One little thing that I think is interesting, given Savile's proclivity for younger women as well as Elvis's, you have to wonder if these two individuals hit it off and if perhaps they participated in some crimes of some fashion at this period of time that we do not know about. That's something that has to be left for speculation. Savile was a master showman, but he was also the master of self-promotion. As I stated, he had these pictures blown up into large picture boards that he put outside of the dance hall. He also gave a interview with a reporter where he talked about being the first DJ to ever be photographed with Elvis Presley. This self-promotion continued to push Savile's star power and name recognition higher. He sold copies of his picture through all of his Radio Luxembourg shows. He sold copies of the picture at the dance hall. He kept most of the money, but some of it he did give to the charity known as the National Playing Fields Association. According to Savile, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, was the patron of the National Playing Fields Association, and Philip was so impressed with what it was that Savile was doing that he arranged for a meeting between the two of them, and they became fast friends. Jimmy Savile never did anything in his life that didn't have some kind of an angle to it that would benefit him. It is almost certain that he specifically chose the National Playing Fields Association because Prince Philip was the patron of it, and he knew that in giving them money, it would bring him to the attention of Prince Philip. Again, if we think back to when he was in Manchester, he builds this circle of power around himself. In Leeds, he builds another circle of power around himself. Now that he's starting to become a much bigger star, he's reaching out and pulling in much more powerful people to surround himself with, whether that's as protection or just to give off the airs that he is an important person. That I will let you decide on that, but we can see here Jimmy Savile is now starting to place building blocks around himself of people who are way higher than the local government and police forces. He's got the Duke of Edinburgh, as a friend. And he's the first of many, many, many people within the British government, as well as the entertainment industry who have some form of power that he's going to build around him, this, wall of power with Savile at the center of it. It's almost as though Savile was building a cushion around himself because he was smart enough to understand that at some point he might need these people and their names or their titles to help him get out of a sticky situation. Which is really quite brilliant if you think about it. This nobody from the bad side of Leeds he's in his 30s, he's on television, he's on the radio, he's running a dance hall. Everybody has their preconceived notion of him, but behind the scenes he's doing a lot of bad things with young women, and he's also consolidating power and building a network of individuals who will look out for Savile's own best interest, which is namely Jimmy Savile. So before we really dive into what we're going to be covering this week, a couple people have pointed something out to me, and that is that I continuously refer to the things that Savile has done as being alleged. There is a reason for that. Savile was never convicted of any crimes. He died before any of these allegations really came out, and as such, was unable to defend himself. It was a situation of where he passed away and then was burned at the stake. That's not to say that I don't believe Savile did some really awful, inappropriate things in his life. However, it's he said, she said at this point, because again, he's not here to defend himself. And the majority of the people who are saying these things, beyond evidence that they were where they said they were during a given period of time, there's no physical evidence to prove whether or not what took place was consensual or criminal. And when I say consensual, I want it to be understood that, and I've talked about this in the last 2 episodes, in Britain at that period of time, if you were 15 or 16 years old, that was considered the age of consent. Therefore, that would mean what Savile did, while morally reprehensible, was technically legal. And again, I do believe he did some really reprehensible and awful things. But as you're going to see when we get into later episodes, after I really start talking about his life and start focusing on all these various reports that came out after his death, you've kind of got to sift through everything to find the truth of the matter, because there is a lot of bullshit inside of these reports that cannot be verified and actually flies in the face of established facts, not only concerning Jimmy Savile, but concerning individuals like him as a whole. So just keep that in mind when it comes to Savile, that he was never charged with anything, he was never found guilty of anything, and everything that has been said about him is in hindsight, with no evidence one way or the other to either prove or disprove the charges levied against him. When we left off last time, Savile's star was really starting to rise. He was a DJ on the Decca radio shows, which aired on Radio Luxembourg. He had gone to the United States and met Elvis Presley, had his picture taken with him, and he was beginning his first real forays into television. Savile was extremely popular, so much so that other young DJs kind of flocked to him as a mentor. One of which was a man by the name of Tony Calder. For those of you familiar with the Rolling Stones, Tony Calder was
their co-manager. And Savile mentored this guy for about 18 months. Caldor later said that while he was doing the circuit of Mecca clubs that Savile was working at and managing in and around London and in Manchester and Leeds, he took an apartment in an area of London that was near Savile's house, or apartment, I should say, and oftentimes when Savile would come in, he would send girls down that were with him, and quote-unquote, you'd have to shag her. So basically, Savile was spreading the wealth, whether this was to make himself seem less guilty by, implicating others in the things that he was getting into, or it was because he was trying to build this wall that I talked about in the last episode, this wall of security around him. You really can't say. It could be a little bit of both. Hey, you can't say that I'm guilty of this because look, this guy over here, I was into it too, and so was this guy, and so was that guy. It's like a mashup of the two. I don't think Savile was passing these girls around just because he was a good guy. Calder further went on to talk about how he could see that Savile was building up this wall of protection around him. He stated that this was the only time he ever saw Savile pay for food and drink for other people, and when questioned about it, Savile stated, I'm paying for it because he's the chief of police and he's my friend, and I've got to be a friend. Caldor also pointed out that when one chief of police would retire or move on to a different station house, Savile would pretty much lose interest in them and instead focus on their successor. Which makes sense if you were trying to, gain inroads into the halls of power and also trying to build up a wall of protection around yourself. If someone is no longer of use to you, you stop sweetening the honeypot for them and go towards the person who is of use to you. During this period of time, Savile was also invited to come to Leeds General Infirmary to oversee the launching of their radio station, and when Savile went to the hospital, he volunteered as a porter, and this is really the first known instance of Savile lending his hand really to charity in this manner. Savile would be associated with Leeds General Infirmary from this time in the early 1960s, 61 or so, up until the day he died. One interesting thing that Calder recounted to Dan Davies about his times with Savile is that he noticed, without really noticing it at the time, that something was wrong with Savile. He stated that it was almost as though whatever had taken place down in the mind with him dictated the course of the rest of his life. To quote Calder, we'd be sitting having a meal and something would come over at him and asked him what was wrong, and he'd say, I'll be right in a minute. It's hard to explain. I was in the mine and there was an accident. And then he'd change the subject and start chatting up some bird. So at least from this account, if we're gonna believe any of the mythos of Jimmy Savile, something must have happened to him in the mine. Again, it's hard to tell because medical records and things of that nature are really non-existent from that period of time, and all we have to go on is Savile's word, the word of those who knew him, as well as his family, and all of them agreed that something did indeed happen, but we can't tell with certainty what it was, but apparently it did affect him greatly. In May of 1962, Jimmy Savile moved on from
managing a single dance hall and being involved with various others throughout England when he was promoted. The reason for this promotion was the owner of Mecca realized that Savile, who by this point was in high demand all across the United Kingdom for various companies and organizations, was very likely going to leave the dance halls if he was not given promotion. Basically, Savile was put in charge of the music and DJ policy at all of the ballrooms across the United Kingdom. That's 46 different ballrooms that Savile had direct control over. This also freed up Savile, who was working 7 days a week at this point between the various dance halls and the Radio Luxembourg appearances and various television shows, to pursue other interests of making money. Savile worked at this point for Mecca part-time, which allowed him to devote the remainder of his time to his various exploits running around the country. Some of these exploits were strictly for publicity reasons, while others he did with the money going to various charities. This new promotion also upped how much Savile was making a year, and it was at this point that he bought his first real Rolls Royce. He bought it brand new. Some people say that's not an important fact to throw in there, but Savile and Rolls Royces and Bentleys and cars of that nature, they're really a part of the self-image that he built for himself over the ensuing decades, along with the garish clothing, the haircut, the coloring to the hair, and the cigars. The cars were a big part of this larger-than-life persona that he very carefully crafted to serve up to the British public. There were some stories flittering around during this period of time concerning Savile and his various exploits with young women, with one young woman from Manchester coming out after his death and stating that he had various girlfriends in and around Manchester, but they all knew about each other, and the reality was he would take them all out for dinner and in his Rolls Royce, and they would have a good time. This fits into what I talked about last episode, which was Savile's teams. During this period of time, he started building these various teams. And what were these teams? These were young men and women who were hangers-on, who would do his bidding in various areas of the country, whether that was helping to promote whatever it was he was doing in that area, or helping to secure lodging for him in an area, or being his entourage while out in public, or in the case of the young women, being his sexual partners. This is really the start of his teams. Much like he had teams who in various areas of the country who were politicians and police officers, and as time goes on, members of the royal family. He had his team of people that he made feel important in order to get them to do the things that he wanted them to do for him. The Manchester team is notable, however, because it ties into Jimmy Savile's Black Pad, which I may or may not have mentioned last episode, was a apartment he had in Manchester that was all painted black, where it is known that he took his various sexual conquests. And how that ties in is one of these young women who had been involved with Savile teams, who stated she was not involved with a sexual relationship with him, knew that he quite often brought
his various girlfriends back to this pad, but from what she could see, it did not seem as though he was abusing or manipulating these other women in any way, shape, or form, only that they had what could best be described as a friends with benefits type relationship. Savile was really coming into his own at this period of time. He put out at least 2 singles which were covers of novelty songs, and he took his, for lack of a better term, stage show, his DJing abilities on tour with a band that he was associated with that stopped at 18 different venues throughout Great Britain. During this period of time, he was mostly driven around by what could only be described as a chauffeur who was unpaid beyond, being given food and allowed to hang out with Jimmy Savile. Savile began staying in what is termed caravans in the United Kingdom, which are really microbuses with beds in the back, or, a stove, that type of thing, almost like a conversion van that you can purchase here in the States. He stayed in a lot of these throughout the country. In fact, he ended up owning a number of them that he had situated throughout the country in order that he could move around freely and not have to worry about where he was staying. And people began in certain areas to notice that he was taking a lot of young women back to his caravan at night. Although, again, just as earlier in his career, nobody said anything. So we've got Savile doing all of this while at the same time he's starting to run, marathons and what have you at night in order to, keep up his physical abilities, riding his bike, and doing this, he could have great groups of young people attached to him. So wherever it might be that he was at a given moment, you might see Jimmy Savile and 20 or 30 people running at 2 o'clock in the morning, just because those were the hours he kept, and he was always deeply into exercise as well as self-promotion. And I have to believe that these running jaunts in the middle of the night and riding his bicycle with a group of people around him were, they served 2 purposes. They helped him get the exercise that he wanted, but they also helped to promote this rather strange individual who was quickly becoming a fixture upon the British landscape. To give you some historical context of what's going on at this period of time, on October 15th of 1963, the Beatles officially become the hottest act in Great Britain, with the Daily Mail dubbing what is going on with them as Beatlemania. If you're of a certain age, you've seen the film footage of, the girls chasing them and fainting as they play and wetting their pants over the excitement they're feeling as these 4 young men take the stage and do their thing. And swirling in amongst all of this somewhere is Jimmy Savile. He's spinning their records on his radio shows. He's running around the country doing his various deeds from Mecca and the dance halls. He's also appearing on TV shows sporadically. And then his old friend, Benny, who is basically the godfather of Manchester, dies from a heart attack while receiving oral sex from a woman. Benny had been out at a wrestling venue where he apparently had a match, after which he retired back to an apartment and suffered a heart attack, trapping the woman underneath him, which I have to imagine was a hellacious experience for this young woman because Bill Benny was not a small man at all. And the reason I bring this up is Savile was a fixture at Benny's funeral. There are pictures out there of him standing next to the coffin with a wreath that he had placed on top of it along with a cigar. But also because it is known that Savile went immediately to Benny's apartment after hearing about his friend's death and gained access. Why Savile felt the need to do this and what it was that he had done once inside the apartment, we will never know, although I suspect that if the things said about Savile and his connections to the underworld are true, he was more likely than not going into the apartment and removing any evidence that might lead to him having trouble through the police forces. Interesting thing that actually occurs not long after Bill Benny's death is the fact that Savile gets involved in British pro wrestling. Once again, as I've said on numerous occasions, everything I do eventually comes back to wrestling. According to Savile, Benny is the one who initially convinced him to get involved in professional wrestling in Great Britain. Now, for those of you not aware of the difference between British pro wrestling and American pro wrestling in Britain and in much of Europe, they didn't have contests that were, straight through. They would have contests that were rounds, and it was a much different style than what we are used to here. So Savile gets involved in this, and apparently he had his first match somewhere around the beginning of December 1963. Savile ended up losing the match in 7 rounds, although he described it in a newspaper article that he wrote on the 15th of December as, quote-unquote, about the best experience of my life. These wrestling matches, as well as the newspaper columns, were just another part of Savile's life that went on for roughly the next 20 years or so. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I had the pleasure of actually asking the man who had Jimmy Savile's final match, a wrestler by the name of Adrian Street, about that final match. Street was on a podcast that a friend of mine at the time was doing, and they were talking to him about his career, and when I asked him about Savile, I was already well versed in who Jimmy Savile was at this period of time, having been researching him for about 6 or 7 years. Street basically went on to state that he beat the living crap out of Savile, which is not surprising given that Street was considered a shooter, which in layman's terms means he was a legitimate wrestler who could break bones and or kill you with a move if he felt like it. Street also said if he had known all the things that have come out about Savile since his death when the match happened, he would have done a lot worse to him. The reason this was Savile's last match, though, is that Street legitimately beat the shit out of Savile inside the ring. This was either in 1978 or 79, but just something interesting I thought I would throw out there. Savile wrestled at least a few hundred matches over, close to the next 20 years, as well as writing newspaper articles for various newspapers across the country. A couple of papers he had columns in which ran weekly, and this started around 61 or 62 and continued for decades afterwards. And it's through a lot of these articles that Savile wrote that Dan Davies was able to really piece together this unsavory character that has come to be the Jimmy Savile that the world knows now. Because Savile was not shy about discussing his sexcapades in these articles, but Savile, as in much of what he did, he played it off in a quasi-innocent, almost humorous fashion, stating things such as, a constable had come to his place stating that there was a girl who had run away from home, and, if Savile saw her, he would have to turn her in. But Savile told this constable that he would turn her in, but only after the girl spent the night with him, and this is exactly what happened. And the next day, the constable had wanted to press charges against him, but was unable to do so because he was Jimmy Savile, and everyone in the police force knew that he was a quote-unquote good bloke, and that nothing untoward had happened with this girl. Savile did a lot of this type of stuff, letting the public know what he was doing while not letting the public know what he was doing. And it wasn't something that he just started doing in, the 70s or the 80s. He was doing this kind of stuff in the 60s, which is why Davies when he wrote his book, he titled it In Plain Sight, because that's exactly what Savile was doing. He was in plain sight. He was telling people, hey, I'm having sex with all these young women, but people just kind of glossed over the fact of what he was really saying, which was, at this point, he was a 30-some-odd-year-old man who was having sex with 16, 17-year-olds. Or later in life, he's a 40-something-year-old, he's a 50-something-year-old, he's a 60-something-year-old man having sex with these really children who were young enough to be either his children or his grandchildren. All of this is going on in Savile's life, and in Britain, the Beatles are hitting. They're become huge. ITV launched a new program that was aimed at teenagers called Ready, Steady, Go, which was basically like an early iteration of Soul Train, where they would play music and have interviews with various musicians, and the musicians would get up on stage and perform their, hit song of the day for the people watching at home. Because of this, the BBC, which in its own mind was the only real British television station, began to look for a way to counteract this programming. And out of this came what was known as Top of the Pops, which was very similar in vein to what ITV was doing, mixed with Savile's Radio Luxembourg program, the Teen and 20s Disc Club. As the story goes, there were people within the BBC who were pushing to use Jimmy Savile as the host of this new program, while others within the corporation were reluctant to use him because Savile was seen as quote-unquote a heavy, which is parlance for somebody with underworld connections. And Dan Davies, in his book, recounts a story by one of the individuals involved with Top of the Pops. When being told that they would not use Savile, this man reportedly replied, quote-unquote, sorry baby, but that man is box office. Now, it could be that individuals within the BBC may have heard stories about Savile, but it could also be that they were leery of using him as well as the entire pop landscape, because the Beatles had created something of a moral panic within British society. Despite many stories to the contrary, and the surviving members of the group attempting to downplay their association with him, Jimmy Savile and the Beatles crossed paths quite regularly during the 1960s. particularly in the early part of their career. Savile liked to recount stories of being mobbed at their concerts when McCartney recognized him in the back of the venue due to his blonde hair and dedicated a song to him, as well as later recounting stories of giving Savile a lift in his car. But McCartney, mind you, this is after Savile died, went on to state that they always felt like there was something off about the man. This is my personal opinion, in case anybody feels like getting litigious, but that's bullshit. That's covering your own ass. My personal opinion is that both of them were reveling in their own successes and quite possibly using each other to further their careers in some way, shape, or form. Granted, the Beatles did not need Savile to further their career at this point, but he was one of the most popular DJs in the country, and he had control of the airwaves. And how did the Beatles get popular? By their music being played on the airways, whereas the Beatles were the biggest band in the entire country, and Savile most certainly realized that being associated with them, both publicly and in pictures, would further his career. Speaking about Savile, McCarthy went on to say, quote unquote, "We were all young, so if you're now talking about 17, 8-year-old boys with a 15-year-old girl, we all knew that was illegal. We knew it was, and we were like, no. But the closer we were in age, of course, the less it seemed to matter. We knew with under 16s it was illegal, so we didn't do it." McCarthy further went on to really push the idea that he and the rest of the guys in the band always made certain that whatever girls they were dealing with were of legal age of consent, which is very quite possibly true. You have to remember these guys were the largest act in the entire country at this point and could really have their pick of the litter, as it were. What I really feel, however, though, is this was more than likely than not damage control, because they had been associated with Savile during their early part of their career and later into their career, and with all the stories that were being thrown around at the time, he wanted to get out ahead of the pack and make certain that no one tried to associate him and his legacy with the abuse of underage girls. On Wednesday, January 1st, 1964, Jimmy Savile hosted the very first episode of Top of the Pops. This is important for a number of reasons, as the show would go on to run for decades after this, with a rotating cast of hosts on a weekly basis. But it's also important because a lot of the abuse allegations that came out after Savile's death revolved around Top of the Pops and the BBC itself. When Top of the Pops first came out, the BBC decided that they were not going to tape the show at the new broadcasting house in London, instead deciding on a converted church off of BBC premises, because the BBC, rightfully so, did not want what they feared was going to happen when you get a lot of rock stars and a lot of young men and women together to take place at the central hub of their organization. And they were correct to have this fear, as you will see, because by all indications, the Top of the Pops soundstage was awash in every form of debauchery that you can imagine. And it didn't just involve the rock stars or the various presenters for a given week. Other individuals were involved in the shenanigans that were going on there, and some of them were pretty open about the things that they were doing, which were very, very illegal. It is interesting to note about Top of the Pops that all the other presenters were required to do various things, such as wear suits and be presentable, whereas Jimmy Savile was really allowed to wear and say and do whatever it was he wanted to on the show. That is a good indication of not only how bankable the BBC thought the man was, but also on how powerful he was becoming in the entertainment industry, which is really quite remarkable when you consider that just a few years earlier, he was an assistant manager at a dance hall in Leeds. Now he is basically dictating to the largest entertainment group within the United Kingdom, one that is directly tied into the government, how he's going to act, how he's going to dress, what he is going to do. So Top of the Pops debuts. It's almost instantly a national phenomenon on the BBC. With all this newfound glory coming his way, a number of major changes come to Jimmy Savile's life. He purchases an apartment in Scarsborough for his mother, whom he had termed the Duchess. This was after Savile had returned home to Leeds and found his mother shivering in her house next to an electric heater and basically starving to death. First, Savile rented her an apartment on the ground floor, but about a week after that, he purchased basically the penthouse apartment on the top floor for her. Savile would visit her at this apartment whenever he was in Scarsborough, but he did go on to state that he had a caravan parked out on the seafront, and that the reason for this caravan was that when he was in Scarsborough, he would stay with his mother, but it basically wouldn't do for her to see him having relations with the various young women that he was invariably bringing home with him at night. So he bought this caravan specifically as a place to take young women to have sex away from the watchful eyes of his mother. And really, his mother was another part of the image that Savile cultivated. The Duchess became so entwined with her son and his various endeavors that she even at one point had her own fan club and would regularly be interviewed by newspapers concerning her son, with the first interview she ever gave taking place in 1965 when Savile brought her on a trip to London and put her up at a very fine hotel, while he himself preferred to stay in a rather shabby place. His mother basically told reporters that everything her son was doing was all an act, and that she knew the real Savile, and that he was quote-unquote playing to the public. The two of them had a very odd relationship, with Savile fawning all over her and dragging his mother from this point onward with him every step of the way. Anything major that happened in his life, his mother was there to witness it, which in one sense is a sweet thing to do. You know, you come from nothing and now suddenly you've made it, so you're bringing your mother around with you. In another sense, it is very odd that a 35-year-old man is fawning all over his mother at every chance that he gets, and by his own words, she is the only quote-unquote woman in his life. Well, we know from Savile's own admissions this wasn't true. He had many other women, whether they were of legal age or not, in his life. His mother seems to be the only one in his life who was treated as another person, as opposed to an object to be used and tossed aside when he was done with it. Some have stated that Agnes Savile was a overbearing, domineering woman in her son's life, while others have gone on to recount that she was a sweet woman who felt bewildered by her son's antics. A psychologist by the name of Anthony Clare, who later interviewed Savile for a
radio program he did called In the Psychiatrist's Chair, Rader wrote an article about the hold mothers can have over their sons, and you have to believe he was speaking about Savile specifically when he wrote this, because they had a very contentious interview segment on Claire's program. Claire wrote, quote, "The denigrating, rejecting mother can breed in her son a view of women as controlling and castrating that survives into adult life and affects and contaminates his relationships with women. Such a son may spend a lifetime taking revenge or trying to win the approval that eluded him in childhood. Either way, it is the woman in his life who will bear the brunt." And this very well could be the case with Savile. It seems as though he went to great pains to prove to his mother that he had made it, was making it, and was a somebody, while fawning over, at the same time, the other women who came into his life were treated as little more than parlor tricks there to amuse him. He would get what he wanted from him before moving on. In any event, at this point, it's 1964, 1965, Savile is becoming a major force in Britain. He is a face seen all over the country, a voice seen all over the country. And because of this, his time with the Mecca dance halls comes to an end. Savile was quick to point out that it wasn't that he was fired from Mecca, but he no longer had use for the organization. At this point, he was making money hand over fist from all his other endeavors, and his time was stretched so thin that he could no longer fit them into what it was he was doing in his life. So something had to go, and he decided that Mecca had to cease to be an entity within his life. But that doesn't mean that Savile stopped DJing. No, in fact, he was put into a club called the Bellevue Complex in Manchester, and this was, Savile had a large stage constructed that would allow him to spin records while twisting and turning to showcase the bands of that evening. And it was from this venue that the BBC began to pull the young women and men who would be showcased on their show as part of the crowd, Top of the Pops. And it's been said that Savile was often mobbed when he was at this particular location by the young women. The reason being that he knew the men that they wanted to be with, namely the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. The Stones were a band that Savile had been promoting through his various avenues for the last few years, as he saw something in them. And it's no coincidence that the Stones would often come and appear on Top of the Pops or at this particular venue with Savile, almost as though they were repaying the favors he had been doing them throughout the years. So now we're in 1964-65, and sex with what has later been termed as groupies is a regular thing. Jimmy Savile is firmly entrenched within the rock and roll pop world of British society at this point, with every act imaginable clamoring to be associated with him. And I have seen nothing throughout the years that has dissuaded me of this opinion. It wasn't Savile who went out seeking these groups for self-publicity. It was these groups that sought him out because, well, a group might be famous or quasi-famous, being associated with Savile and the various avenues he had of self-promotion, be it his
TV shows or his newspaper columns or his radio shows or the one dance that he was still running, it was almost guaranteed that a much larger audience would find out who you were, and there was a much better chance of you being signed to a records deal and becoming, instantly famous. And with this instant fame came the money, the glitz, the glamour, and sex, which is something that everybody involved in this scene seemed to claim. Savile, in one interview, talked about how prior to the introduction of the pill, there were only certain girls who would do that type of thing with musicians and with himself, and they were the type of girls who would do it but didn't want it talked about. Whereas after the advent of the pill, it seemed as though every girl that you encountered was willing to be a participant in whatever the evening's festivities were, and this was something that everybody in this scene took full advantage of. And this is why I said earlier regarding one musician stating, they tried to always make certain that the young women were over 16. Personal opinion, I think that's bullshit. I think that in their case, they had enough women who were of age that they really didn't need to worry about it, but the majority of the bands who were involved in this scene really just took whatever was offered to them, whether that was of age or not. And again, you have to remember too, this was a different society than 2022, where some people might look at you kind of askance if they see you doing something with somebody who might possibly not be the age that they're claiming to be, or who you really shouldn't be involved with. They more likely than not would not turn around and cause you issues over it, because the mindset was that's quote-unquote boys being boys. When we last left Jimmy Savile, he was really riding high. He had been hired by the BBC to present Top of the Pops. His radio shows were doing exceptionally well, and if I believe off the top of my head, he had left the Mecca dance halls just because he was earning so much money through the BBC and his various radio programs that he really didn't have any more time to spare to take care of the dance halls. He had also interred his mother, the Duchess Agnes Savile, at an apartment which he had purchased for her. We also discussed his links to various recording artists. The two most notable individual groups that he was associated with in this period of time were the Beatles, who he in fact introduced at Wembley Stadium, and the Rolling Stones. That's one of the parts of their early history that is really glossed over. When he was working for the Decca radio programs on Radio Luxembourg, Savile was really their only champion. He pushed their music heavily onto the owners of the station, and it was in large part because of this that the Stones got their first number one hit and went on to subsequent fame. I'm not saying that Jimmy Savile alone was responsible for the Rolling Stones, meteoric rise through the charts and, the legacy that they have, but he did play a significant part in it, because up until that point, the Stones were looked at differently from the Beatles, because the Stones didn't have the same kind of look or aura that the Beatles did. They were a little bit grungier looking, a little more rough around the edges, and radio stations were very reluctant to play their music. But not just radio stations. Clubs were reluctant to play their, let them play there. Savile went on to recount many, many years later how he actually witnessed many riots taking place at Rolling Stones gigs when they first began to become a national act. And it was things like this, as well as the womanizing, that led venues to be reluctant to book them, and Seville championing them on his radio station as well as on Top of the Pops and every other avenue he had really opened a lot of doors for them that otherwise may have taken them much longer to get through. Seville liked to recount one story concerning the Rolling Stones. This was back when he was still running the Mecca dance halls, where he was able to secure them a spot playing, and the Stones refused to go on because their instruments had been lost. And as Seville put it, he basically told them that they had until the revolving stage that had been set up completed its revolution to make up their minds as to whether or not they were going to take the instruments that were on hand and go out or play, or he would allow his bodyguards to have their way with them before he would throw them to the crowd. According to Savile, or as the internet trolls like to correct me, Savile, the only man who tried to call his bluff was the drummer Charlie Watts, but eventually the Stones ended up taking the stage. In April of 1964, Jimmy went overseas once again, back to America, where he met up with Elvis Presley again. There are some stories out there, and I actually discussed it on the Opperman report, that he and Elvis seemed to form a bond over their mutual interests, which were making money with the music industry and enjoying the company of the growing throngs of young women who would throw themselves at them. Seville was reported to be making around $40,000 a year, while also raising at least an estimated $46,000 a year for charity. This was through bike rides and runs and some type of situation where he would run up and down steps repeatedly in order to raise money for charity. According to Seville, he quote unquote, "I came to a crossroads. I found I was making enough money out of 1 or 2 days of work to live like a millionaire. What do you do in this situation? Do you turn into a money grabber, or do you see if there is anybody to be helped along the way? I chose the latter path." The reality is that Seville was a money grabber. He would pretty much do anything that would get him A, paid, and B, publicity. While at the same time, he was out there raising money for various charities and really sculpting the public image that was out there of him. He did this through his various television appearances as well as his newspaper columns, which is where a lot of the information that is out there concerning his exploits comes from. Seville did give a lot of interviews throughout the years on television, but back at this point in his career, the way he really talked to people was through his newspaper columns, where he would regale his readers with various stories of his sexcapades as well as roughing people up in clubs for the way they were acting. Right around this time period is also when the first really serious allegation about Jimmy Savile comes up. And I'm taking this directly from Dan Davies' seminal work on Savile, In Plain Sight, strictly for the reason that he has the most concise timeline of Jimmy Savile available. I have so many of the reports that came out about Seville after the fact, but this really gives you an idea of who this man was. He had met a young woman who was 16 years old in 1964. She had come on to one of his Radio Luxembourg programs in order to promote her Elvis Presley fan club, Savile, who was about to go to the United States for his second visit with Elvis, asked the girl if he had a picture of, or she had a picture of herself that he could bring to Elvis, which the girl gave to him. Not long after returning from the United States, Savile, who was in London at the time, contacted her and told her that he had a gift for her from Elvis himself. The girl, remember, she's 16 years old, went to the hotel room that Savile was at which point Savile forcibly raped this young woman. And to quote her, I couldn't stop him. I was telling him it hurt. I was holding my body so tight to try to stop him, but he was so heavy, he was so strong. Afterwards, he said to me, "You're all right now," as if he'd done me a favor. After this happened, Savile got dressed and gave the young woman some buttons from the film that Presley had been working on in the States, Kissing Cousins. Now, according to this young woman, not long after this, she missed two of her periods and realized that she was pregnant from Jimmy Savile. Apparently, her parents were obviously distraught, and her father quickly figured out that Jimmy Savile was the culprit because, as she stated, Savile called the house a number of times, and when confronted with the fact that he had impregnated their daughter, Savile is said to have stated, "It's not possible." After which he hung up and the family never heard from him again. Now, this young woman ended up having to go to a back alley abortionist to have an abortion performed, which was done with no painkillers. And as a consequence of this, the young woman ended up having miscarriages during her early 20s. So there are stories such as this around. Stories like this, I do believe, because there is enough details that can be backed up and verified that it is you can prove these things happened. Another interesting thing that came out right after this woman came forward came from the Metropolitan Police, who had discovered an intelligence record concerning a house on Battersea Bridge Road. This house was known to have been a place where runaways from Duncroft Approved School for Girls, which was sort of like a juvenile detention center for very bright girls, although it wasn't really a detention center. Girls who had what at the time was described as a troubled upbringing, girls who might be sexually promiscuous or might get in trouble for stealing, that kind of stuff. They were sent to this school, but only if they were of above average intelligence. And the girls who ran away from the school were known to go to this house. And apparently, at this house, there were two black men who would pimp them out to their growing list of clientele. And according to this intelligence report from the Metropolitan Police, Jimmy Savile was known to be a frequenter of this house and the girls who were at it at the time. Now, this is important. As I stated, I don't know if it was in this series or when I was covering the Yorkshire Ripper. Savile was known throughout his career to frequent prostitutes fairly often. And that's one of the places where it's kind of difficult to figure out whether his stories of his various conquests are really blown up versions of his, you know, escapades with prostitutes, or they in fact happened with willing participants that he met through his various jobs. My personal belief is that Savile was so sexually driven that he would frequent the prostitutes when a young woman was not available who might be willing or unwilling to his advances. And you do see this a lot with individuals who are, sexual predators, whether they be sexual sadists or serial rapists. They have such strong sex drives that the commission of their crimes aren't enough to sate their appetites. They will actually go out and pay women for sex in order to keep the beast at bay, as it were. And Savile really does come across as that type of individual where he has so many willing participants in his exploits, but his libido is so malformed and out of control, they aren't enough to sate him, and he has to go out and procure other individuals for his various desires. And as I stated a moment ago, this kind of stuff was known to police, but it was probably because he was starting to become something of a national star. Nothing was done, so far as we can tell, concerning it. He may have been talked to the police under caution, which is, basically the police coming to you and say, hey, we have this information on you. Would you like to tell us your side of the story? If that's the case, it's more likely than not that Savile would let the individuals interviewing him know, hey, yeah, this is what was going on. By the way, I'm really good friends with your police captain. This is, when I was talking last week, the week before, about Savile building up these walls of protection around him. This is the type of stuff he had these walls of protection in place to keep from getting on him. He would go out and do these things, cops would come and talk to him, and as soon as they found out, oh, you're friends with Lord Mountbatten, never mind. They're not going to stir the pot with that, considering, that they're a quote-unquote lowly police officer, and it's obvious this individual is important because of who he's friends with. At that point, we can't proceed with the charges or the investigation, hands off on this individual. One account that was given to Davies came from a man by the name of Stephen Hayes, who was working for the Manchester Police Department in the early to mid 1960s, who basically went on to recount how a lot of officers would flock to Savile, whether they were on duty or not. And the reason that they did this was that they knew a good time could always be found around him. Now, Hayes stated that they never really believed that he was doing anything wrong with the young women that were hanging around Savile. He figured most of them were between 18 to 20 years old, and that they would go around him because they knew that they could, you know, for lack of better terminology, get laid with Savile being there. In fact, Hayes claimed, quote unquote, we used to tag on for the girly element. The one bit of interesting information from the things Hayes said comes from the fact that apparently one of these individual officers who was part of this revolving door in and out of Jimmy Savile's apartment would bring along weed with him that they had confiscated from, supposed criminals, so that he and Savile could get high with the girls before taking, advantage of them. Savile also worked on cultivating relationships with reporters during his lifetime, and this started as far back as the 50s. The reason for this was twofold. He could help control the narrative that was printed about him in the newspapers, but he could also find out beforehand if the papers got a hold of any salacious stories concerning him, whether it be about sex with women or, the ties he had to the underworld, and in effect, he could squashed them before they had a chance to make it to print. Savile was known to be a very litigious individual, especially once he began really making money. There are numerous stories out there about him from over the years where he would either threaten to or actually, bring lawsuits against people who attempted to besmirch his name. And it became so well known that he had no problem getting lawyers involved that almost any time a story concerning Jimmy Savile and anything unsavory was brought to a newspaper, they would immediately either contact Savile or contact his lawyers to run it by them, because they knew that he would be on them like bloodhounds should they go to print with it. One interesting story that has come out about Savile after his death concerns one of these reporters that he had befriended in the mid 1960s. This reporter went on to state that Savile had actually had sex in front of him in his apartment as though the other individual wasn't there, and that afterwards Savile actually walked into the kitchen, at which point he began to wash his genitals in front of the reporter. A couple people have stated that this action shows the detached, almost mechanical way that Jimmy Savile viewed the act of sex, and I couldn't agree more with that. To Savile, having sex, there was no emotion involved in it. It was simply a means to get what he wanted from the other person, which was control to release his sexual urges and move on. There are a number of stories out there that Savile fathered various bastard children during the 1960s and 70s. In fact, there is one out there, a woman who came forward who stated that she fears she is Jimmy Savile's child. Now, Savile always denied ever having fathered any children. In fact, he used to joke about the fact that nobody could ever turn around and say he had impregnated the young woman he had been with. Whether or not these particular claims are true remains to be seen, as the last time I looked into it, none of these women who came forward stating they had been sired by Savile have been able to prove the veracity of their claims beyond just making the statement that he had either raped their mother or had straight sex with their mother. So it is an interesting avenue, and one that I am curious to see whether or not they are actually ever pursued. Savile did state numerous times that it was impossible for him to have fathered children, so it might be that he had gone out and had a vasectomy, although my gut instinct when it comes to Jimmy Savile on this particular matter is he probably, more likely than not, did not have a vasectomy, but in his own warped mind just feel that he was incapable of fathering a child. It's really interesting, though, to look at Savile during this period of time, because you can start to see, with the various reports that have come out, the way that Savile would gain these girls' trust, as well as gain the trust of their parents. He would go around, he would insist on meeting the girls' parents. If their mom and dad were both in the picture, he would meet them. He would come to the house and charm the family, and eventually he would move on to having a intimate relationship with the girl. And he didn't do this with every girl that he encountered. In fact, a lot of them, it seems that he simply, got them into a place where nobody else was around, at which point he either pressured them into having sex by dangling a carrot over their heads, such as, hey, if you do this for me, I will bring you to a Top of the Pops taping, or outright forcing himself on the girls. A number of women, especially from the Duncroft approved school for girls have come forward, one of which was in an aborted Newsnight program by the BBC, and stated that he was known to show up in his Rolls Royce and offer the girls to take drives. And many of the girls did go with him. While they knew what was going to happen, usually Savile would demand that the girls give him oral sex. They looked at it as a fair, if not disgusting, trade because Savile would demand these things from them, while at the same time he would bring them records and cigarettes, as well as arrange for them all to come to tapings of his various television shows. These are indisputable facts, things that he actually did do and is known to have done. So many people have come forward and, unbeknownst to one another, laid out claims of really the exact same story, whether it be, the girls at Dumpcroft Proved School, or women who were became what Savile referred to as his teams, which I've discussed, where he would have various groups of women and young girls and hangers on in different cities who he charmed his way into their lives, only to move forward once the parents were sated that he was a good guy, that they should let their daughters hang around, and then he would take advantage of them. This is what is known as grooming, and a lot of individuals, whether they are preying on underage children or adults, they go through this, buying them things, treating them nicely, letting them know how special they are, making a big deal out of them. Savile is known to have done this with both children and adults throughout his life. This period of time, the mid to late 60s, is when we really start seeing Savile exhibit this kind of behavior where he's grooming these young women who are to become part of his teams. But it's also where we really start to see him explode in the self-promotion business. Savile had always been good at self-promotion from his beginnings back in the dance hall days, but it went further than that. He would walk long distances, to win $100 bet and make certain that the newspapers knew about it. He would wrestle in professional matches all over the United Kingdom, which obviously would be carried in the local newspapers. And all of this was designed with the sole purpose of promoting the one thing that mattered most to him, which was Jimmy Savile. But he went further than that. Savile also, in the mid to late 1960s, began his association with the Royal Marines, going on endurance exercises with them. Savile was so focused on proving his physical prowess, which I have to believe comes from being a sickly child and the reality of the accident he suffered down in the mines, that he ended up becoming an honorary Green Beret, and he did this by completing every single course that the Marines offered. And this was something that Savile took great pride in, so much so that when he was buried, his Green Beret was actually in the coffin with him. Intermixed with all of this, Savile began really pushing, his ideology of what teenagers should and shouldn't be doing. In his newspaper reports, he stated that, a lot of teenagers should go out and start walking for charity. They should be forced to do charity work inside of hospitals and that type of thing. See, you've got Jimmy Savile, who's surrounded almost round the clock by young adults and teenagers, taking advantage of these individuals for his own sexual desires. On the other hand, you have him publicly telling people that this is how teens should be living, while regaling them, these same individuals, with exploits of his sexual escapades. But there's another side to Jimmy Savile that is often overlooked, and that is Savile's Roman Catholic upbringing. He was raised in a very strict Catholic household, and he would often talk both publicly and privately about his belief in Jesus and in God, and how he looked at the things he had done in his life, and the charity was really a way to balance the books, as he put it, although he never specified why he needed to balance the books. Sometimes he said it was because of how many lovers he had, and others because of the way he had handled certain situations with violence back in his club days. Many people now believe that Savile, when he talked about this, was specifically talking about the abuse that he is known to have heaped upon the 15, 16, 17 year old female population of Great Britain. Personally, I think he was more of a publicity stunt. I don't believe Savile really believed in the teachings of the church. I think he used that more as a way to legitimize himself. And by that I mean, Savile would put in anecdotes how he was called on to speak to both priests and nuns concerning the young people of Great Britain. And later on, as he progressed throughout his career, he would go on to talk about, how he was called to talk to cardinals about various aspects of, religious life, and how it could be applied to young people, and how the church could convince the young people that they needed to do more for charities and things like that. And I really think it's because Savile needed to legitimize himself, because he knew the things that he were doing were morally reprehensible. But he didn't want that stuff to come out. He wanted this public image of him to be, a little bit edgy, but at the same time safe. And what is, more safe to, the mind of the masses than a man who cares about the sick and needy, and looks out for other people, and is rooted in a firm religious belief, so much so that the heads of the religion he is involved with actually seek him out to come and talk to them on a given topic. It's really during this period of time when his star is really starting to emerge that he starts adding this extra layer on himself, as not only his public persona, but it's another layer of protection, because who's going to turn around and say this guy molested me or he raped me, when he's got all these small time politicians and Lord Mountbatten and various royals, as well as police officers, you know, built up around him, but he's also got, the Catholic Church expounding how wonderful an individual he is. He's building this really suit of armor around himself that is going to become impenetrable to any amount of scrutiny. So it's very, skilled and crafty the way he did this. It's much why the way that individuals, even in today's age, build up this air of, respectability around them, and invulnerability, even while they're doing things that are absolutely awful. A good example of that is Weinstein, who was, he was seen as this larger than life film producer. He could do no wrong. He was really untouchable until he wasn't untouchable. The difference between Weinstein and Jimmy Savile, however, is that Savile actually had power. He had the right people in his pocket. He was friends with the right people. And eventually, as you're going to see we progress, he's got enough power around him that he could really destroy people's lives if he wanted to. Whereas Harvey Weinstein could only destroy someone's professional life. You know, you're not going to get booked in any more films unless you let me do this, that kind of thing. Savile could really, destroy people's lives by having his various friends in law enforcement and the Secret Service and all that type of stuff come and go look into you. Now, one story has come out after Savile's death concerning one of his nephews, an individual by the name of Marsden. Marsden was raised by Savile's older sister. He was one of 14 children. Marsden recounted a story, and he's done this numerous times in the media, mind you, only after the allegations against Jimmy Savile happened. He never did this while it was going on. In fact, he was in the news right after Savile died, talking about how wonderful and great an uncle he was. Marsden talked about how he had run away a number of times, and how at one point he and a group of 3 friends ran away to London, where they went to Euston Station, which apparently was a pickup area for gay men in the 1960s, 1970s. Mind you, this story supposedly takes place in 1967. According to Marsden, they were at this train station when a man approached them and asked them what they were doing. The man offered to buy them food and clothing before inviting them back to his flat, where they stayed for 3 or 4 days. Now, this particular story to me reeks of absolute bullshit, and here is the reason why it reeks of absolute bullshit to me. Marsden has told a couple of different versions of this story, and in each of them, his uncle Jimmy Savile ends up appearing. However, one story he tells is that they were at this man's apartment for a few days when his uncle just suddenly appears and takes them out of there before putting them up into an apartment. The other version of this story that Marsden likes to tell is that the man whose apartment that they were initially staying at began dragging them out to parties, and that the 4 young teens would be sitting at these parties and wondering what was going on and why they were the only boys of their age there. There were never any women at these parties. It was always older men and young children, specifically boys. In the first version of the story that Marsden likes to come out and tell, he states that after his uncle put him and his friends into this apartment, he began dragging them to parties where only men were on scene, along with a number of underage boys. Now, my contention with this story is twofold. A, either your uncle met you at this guy's flat and took you out of there and then started taking you to these parties, or B, your uncle walked into a party, saw you, walked back out, and then came back in all nonchalant and took you out of there before putting you into an apartment, at which point you continued going to these various parties. B, historically, sex offenders very rarely switch genders. This isn't hyperbole. This is fact. It's documented. You can look in the FBI's online records and information on pedophiles. They very, very seldom go from 16, 17-year-old girls to 9-year-old boys, or from 8-year-old girls to 15-year-old boys. A perfect example of this would be the disgraced British MP Cyril Smith. Cyril Smith is known and is documented to have abused hundreds, if not thousands, of young boys. There are no stories out there of him turning around and in the midst of all of this debauchery going and raping a 14-year-old girl. If you go back and listen to my story on Sidney Cook, Hissing Sid and the Dirty Dozen, they targeted specifically one gender, boys. They did not turn around and start abusing girls. So the idea that Jimmy Savile, who is known to had an extremely out of whack libido, had girls throwing themselves at him while he's also paying female prostitutes and turning around and raping young women. In the midst of all of this, he starts raping boys, is abso-fucking-lutely bullshit. And there are people out there going to say, well, there's pictures of him at the Jersey home for boys. There's a picture out there, possibly two. However, there is no historical record of Jimmy Savile ever having committed any offenses at that home. Savile went wherever there was a chance for publicity, whether boys or girls were involved. And if you look into the accounts of his abuse, take place, by and large, either in a camper van, at a hospital, inside his apartment, or inside his dressing room for Top of the Pops or his other various television shows. The majority of the time when these assaults take place, it's Savile, the woman he is assaulting, or the young girl as the case may be, and possibly a friend of this individual. On occasion, you get verifiable accounts of him assaulting someone inside his dressing room where other individuals were involved, be they rock stars or some of his other various hanger-ons. The majority of the stories concerning Savile and his abuse of boys are much different. There are accounts of him raping young boys, 7-8-year-old boys, in crowded rooms, in hallways filled with people. I'm not talking one or two people being present when this assault occurs. I'm talking upwards of 20 to 30 other people. And I do not find them to be believable in any way, shape, or form. Again, because of, as I've already stated, historically speaking, and this doesn't hold true for every sexual predator out there, but the vast majority of them have an age range and a gender. Savile's age range seems to be from roughly the ages of 14 to the ages of 17. At times, he would go above that age range. At times, he may go below that age range. But the vast majority of them are females. And these young men or older men who are coming out now and stating that Jimmy Savile sexually assaulted them, he molested them, my personal opinion, based on everything that I have read, they're publicity seekers. And I say this because some of the stuff that has been attributed to him have been found to be hoaxes. One of these hoaxes got so big that the British government actually looked into it, and the man who perpetrated the hoax was eventually found to be a career fraudster. And this hoax that came out concerned a dossier on Jimmy Savile and Cyril Smith being linked to a hotel in Rocks Lane in southwest London. This particular hotel was known as the Elms Guest House. And it came out after Savile was dead that he and a number of other prominent men, including MPs and British prime ministers, would go to this guest house with the specific intent of
having sex and abusing underage boys. It was later found that there was no veracity to these claims, and that the individual who perpetrated this hoax, a man by the name of Chris Fay, as I stated, was a known career fraudster. And I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that the young men and older men who are coming forward stating that Jimmy Savile sexually abused them fall in the same category of them. I'm not stating that they weren't abused at some point in their life, but it is my belief after years of research on not just Jimmy Savile, but many, many other horrible individuals, that they are trying to get their name in print, possibly get some money from the British government and or from Savile's estate. Because, as I stated, historically it is very, very unlikely that a predator is going to switch genders and also switch age ranges from them. So, to sum it up, my personal opinion is that Jimmy Savile did in fact target young women and girls, but that he never went after young boys. That's not to say he may not have done some awful things to young boys, but to think that this prolific sex offender, very possibly the most prolific in British history, was started out in the 1950s taking advantage of and abusing girls, and then once his star is, shining brightly, all of a sudden he starts abusing young boys. This doesn't make any sense, and there is no concrete evidence to back that up, be it pictures of a Savile, with these young boys, or data from sex offenders to show that he was going both ways. Jimmy Savile never, ever, privately or publicly, made mention of young boys. In fact, when he would talk about the allegations against him that he liked having sex with underage people, it always involved young girls. Before we get into the meat of what we're going to be talking about this week, a couple things have come up. I've had a number of people contact me asking me various things as to how I can make some of the statements that I'm making with no proof. There is proof. Unless I quantify something beforehand by stating that it's speculation, there is documented proof out there that is available for anyone who's willing to go and look for it. This is in the form of various police reports, newspaper articles, reports that were prepared by various organizations, as well as statements made by Savile himself. You have to remember, Savile was in the public eye from roughly 1958 until he died in 2011. So there's a lot of statements out there that he himself made. And fortunately, there is backing documentation in the form of various police reports concerning himself and others that back up the things that he had said. Another thing people have been reaching out to me about is the documentary that Netflix released this past week on Jimmy Savile. When I say a lot of people have reached out to me, I'm talking I've received 300 or 400 emails at Corpse Creek Publishing, as well as messages on Facebook about this documentary called Jimmy Savile, A British Horror Story. People wanting to know what my thoughts are on this 2-episode show. I didn't like it. And I'll tell you why. They told a amalgamation of the British government and the BBC version of the Jimmy Savile story. And what I mean by that, it's a very sanitized version of the story of Jimmy Savile. If you've been listening to this series,
you'll know I started out with when he was born and have been working my way forward from them. The documentary did not do any of that. They jumped into Savile is already famous when the series begins. They didn't talk about his upbringing really. They didn't touch on his ties to organized crime in the Manchester area via Bill Benny and the Craze, or any of the various encounters he had with law enforcement prior to becoming a national icon. They really just jumped into he's the biggest thing on the planet in terms of British television and pop culture in Britain without getting into any of the stuff that came before, which I personally feel is important to show not only where he came from, but also the character of the individual. They skipped over all of that. And more than that, they had two individuals, I believe it was, in the second part of the program that spoke openly about the abuse that they suffered at the hands of Jimmy Savile. I know who both of these individuals are. I've known who they are for some time. One of the individuals I believe, the other one I do not believe, for the simple fact that her story is an amalgamation of another story that came out from a girl who was actually abused on BBC property. This woman stated that she was abused over a period of time inside of a church every Sunday at Leeds General Infirmary. Unfortunately, that's not possible because Jimmy Savile never stayed in any place for more than a few days at a time if he could avoid it. So, the idea that Jimmy Savile was in Leeds every single Sunday for months on end, right there, that's a giant red flag that never happened. Even in his later years, once his star had faded and he was no longer on television, he never stayed in an area for more than a few days at a time. That's one of the reasons why he had so many homes and why he had so many camper vans around the nation, because he did not like to stay put in one area. The second red flag for me was her age given at the time. Reality is, Seville did not go for people who were the age that she stated she was. She stated she was 7 years old. She's one of a number of people who came forward well after the established victims came forward and jumped on the bandwagon to state that I was, X years old and Seville abused me. Seville's victimology is roughly from age 14 onward. There is no verifiable documentation to state that Seville abused anyone who was outside of that age range. Yes, a lot of people came forward stating that he did. However, the majority of those people who came forward towards the tail end of the inquiries into Seville's behaviors. Much like a number of young men came forward to state that they were abused by Seville, which, if you listen to last week's episode, I went into in depth. I believe that's absolute bullshit. There is nothing in Jimmy Saville's makeup, whether it's what we know or what was hidden, to indicate that Jimmy Savile took pleasure in the sexual abuse of boys. He always went after females. He stuck to a very prescribed age range for the most part, which was 14 to 17 years old, because those are the young women who came around him in his various tasks as an entertainer. Those are the ones he had access to, and they were the easiest for him to abuse. The other red flag for me is her story about having to stick tampons and what have you up inside of her. This is a red flag for me because there is a story inside of one of the reports. I believe it was the BBC report compiled by Dame Janet Smith, where the woman was 15 years old and stated that Savile abused her over a number of months at Television Center during his various recordings of Top of the Pops. This is one that came out really early on during the investigation to Savile, and it seems to me that the woman who claims that she was abused inside of the church has taken this other lady's story and put it on as her own. And there's a lot of reasons why people would do this. Some people, I believe, were honestly abused, but they lack the ability to actually confront their actual accusers. But there's also a lot of people out there who saw what was going on with the maelstrom that sprung up around Jimmy Savile concerning allegations of his abuse, and saw that his estate, and let's not pass over this, Jimmy Savile was worth millions of dollars when he died. There were payouts coming up from his estate towards his victims, and people saw this and knew that they could get a payday, and a lot of people unfortunately jumped onto the bandwagon. I'm not saying that everybody who came forward was full of shit. I believe a lot of these stories, but when I get people coming up saying I was, 5, 6 years old and he abused me, or I was a 14-year-old boy and we were in a room filled with people and he raped me in front of them, I'm calling bullshit. The reasons being, as I've already stated, historically, abusers of Savile's character do not change gender, and rarely, if ever, will go outside of their operating range of age. Yeah, Savile did go and abuse adults, female adults. This is documented. There is also evidence that Savile had willing partners who were aged between 14 on up. There's no real documented evidence other than hearsay of Savile having gone under that age range and outside of his gender. And this is the reason why the majority of people in Britain, and don't let the documentary or news reports fool you on this, most people in Britain don't believe that Jimmy Savile actually did the things that he's accused of. That's a bit of a blanket statement, but I have quite a number of friends in Britain, and most of them have told me the majority of the people I know don't believe he's done it. So there go. I can make that statement. I personally believe that he did do a lot of the things that were stated about him, but I also don't believe that he was a serial pedophile by definition of the term pedophile, which is someone who goes after adolescents. Savile was an individual who targeted those who he knew he could get what he wanted from, whether that person was of age or not. Therefore, he was a sexual predator, not a pedophile. There's a big difference. If Savile had done nothing but go after, preteen girls, that would be a completely different story. But as you will see while we get into this, he did not target just preteen girls. He did not target just 14 to 17-year-olds. He actually targeted women in their 20s, women in their 30s, which smacks of him being a sexual predator rather than a pedophile. We're going to jump back into where we left off last week at this point. Again, I am using a number of works on Savile as references, one of which is In Plain Sight, The Life of Lies of Jimmy Savile by Dan Davies, As It Happens by Jimmy Savile, God'll Fix It by Jimmy Savile, as well as the various reports that came out as a result of the revelations about Savile. If you hear a little mewing in the background, I have apologized. We have a kitten in the house who has decided to exercise his rather large lungs.
In 1967, Savile was riding high on his wave of popularity from his various endeavors. You know, the television shows, Top of the Pops, all of his radio programs. When the mayor of Otley contacted Savile as well as his mother in an attempt to get the television personality to come for their annual civic ball. Otley is a very small village near the Yorkshire Dales, and the mayor was hoping that by having Savile come there, it would bring more eyes as well as revenue to their village. Savile's response to his request was, and I'm reading this directly from Dan Davies' book, although I am not going to be reading the response from the mayor. Savile wanted 6 things. 1. Make sure that my normal fee of £200 goes to an Otley charity. 2. I wish to sleep the night on the Cheven in a tent, which you will organize, plus sleeping bag and large torch. 3. A guard of honor of 6 young ladies in another tent, of course, to keep me safe. 4. A trip round Otley Hospital in the next lunchtime Saturday. 5. The presentation of some Otley honor, frame drawing or painting of Otley. 6. Some cigar and matches. This is important because this became kind of a calling card for Jimmy Savile. These kind of demands for him to appear at a specific place for, whatever it was, a charity ball or anything, civic oriented. He always insisted on having a quote-unquote guard of young women to protect him. According to Savile, quote-unquote, my ultimatum of no tents, no girls, no me meant that the council had to go through with it. I'm going to be reading from As It Happens by Jimmy Savile here to get his thoughts on this particular instance. A notice for volunteers in the paper brought well over 100 young lady applicants, all determined to spend a night on the moors. The council had to decide which 6, so they called a special meeting. Some of the members only then realized what they were doing. We can't have a council meeting to decide which 6 of our girls sleep with this man, said several, more bewildered than outraged, so half the council left and half stayed. 6 girls were selected, and all of them were given matching mini-skirts and white boots, as befitting a ceremonial bodyguard. They looked good enough to eat. I dully arrived in the town, and it was the start of an incredible evening. The first thing was that the father of one of the girls arrived and hauled her off home. She protested loudly, but Dad would have none of this preposterous situation. For company, I'd brought along a millionaire pal who just didn't believe my story. When he saw the crumpet, his eyes shot out a mile, and his total conversation for the evening was an incredulous, are we kipping with them? Technically, no, as we were in the tent next door, or were supposed to be. The dance finished in spectacular never before and certainly never since fashion, and the moment of truth was upon us. What follows must be the greatest ever. It was raining, but who cared? The tents had been erected in the afternoon in a secret glade known only to the chairman. The blankets and such like were kept in his house to avoid damp or theft. At 3 a.m., an unbelievable sight appeared in the sleeping town. Several cars, headed by the mayoral one, drove to the foot of the hill, a local beauty spot known as the Cheven. From the cars out climbed a dozen people, 5 girls, me and my pal, the chairman, his wife, and his equerry. On our heads we carried our blankets, and in single file, like Sherpa porters, we set off up to the tents. I was convulsed with laughter and with a real pain. So, Savile and this other individual, whose name was Jimmy Corrigan, who was a owner of some variety clubs and bingo halls around Yorkshire, were basically left alone on this hillside in the middle of the night with 5 young women. Savile liked to tell the story that, somehow they ended up in the girls' tents, and that they all had a marvelous time. However, you can find photographs of the next morning with all
7 of the campers looking disheveled, and in fact, all 5 of the girls look absolutely miserable. 4 of the girls have a pained smile on their face, while one of them actually looks like she was enjoying herself. You can find literally hundreds of photographs of Savile in similar situations where he and a pal have spent the night with a group of young women who were provided to them, and in almost every single one of the photographs, the girls look uncomfortable and unhappy. That's not to say that what happened was forced upon them. It could simply be that the young women realized during the preceding events the reality of the situation that they had gotten themselves into. Some people may be scratching their heads wondering, how that's possible. Well, 1967 was over 50 years ago, and sex was not openly talked about, whether it was in Britain or the United Kingdom. Some girls knew what it was. Many of them would only talk about it in hushed tones with their friends. So I have to imagine that these young women realized much too late what it was that they had signed themselves up for with these two men, at which point it was too late to back out of the deal, as it were, or possibly Savile and his friend just forced themselves on the young women. That's one of those things that we will never know the reality of. We were talking about Savile, claiming his prize for appearing at the Ockley Civic Ball, which that year, 1967, was redubbed the Pop Civic Ball, and how the picture of the young women afterwards, many of them looked distressed in some fashion. So, as I've stated numerous times, not every one of Savile's victims was necessarily an unwilling participant in his shenanigans. There are those who will think that what I'm stating is a way to excuse his behavior. It is not that at all. In fact, whether the individuals who participated in what Savile did were willing or not, my personal opinion is if they were under the age of 18, British law notwithstanding, they were victims, because by this point, Jimmy Savile was well into his 30s, and he very easily could have found women who were within his own age group who were willing and capable of doing the things that he wanted. However, his star status provided him with the access to the young and vulnerable, and he took advantage of it, which is something that many, many men in similar circumstances during this period of time did. One story that has arisen years later from the Otley affair is that one of the young women said, in fact, that a group of youths had followed them up to the campsite and, in fact, attacked them during the night, and that when Savile turned, he became very nasty and very violent towards these young men. She stated that these youths saved them, although my personal opinion, given what Savile wrote in his autobiography, is this is more likely than not a fantasy constructed by this young woman's mind in order to assuage some of the guilt she felt over what transpired that evening. Savile's life story from this point onward is littered with similar stories to the Otley affair, of Savile being invited to attend, a civic event, as I've stated, and requesting odd accommodations, a guard of young women. He usually brought a friend along with him, and almost always these wishes were granted. And for those who think that, you know,
They wonder why he was able to get away with the stuff he was doing for so long, especially given the fact that he was really so open with it. There's a number of reasons for that. Again, a lot of these towns that invited Savile to come out, there were small little hamlets, and Jimmy Savile was seen as a big, powerful man. You also need to take into account that the public consciousness at this period of time was fairly naive and innocent in terms of sexual predators. People forget that in this period of time, things like this were really just seen as quote unquote boys being boys. And you also have to take into account the fact that in the Western world, at least, for the majority of people, saw these things as victimless crimes. Why would a woman or a young woman put herself into this situation knowing what's going to happen? It's her fault that the things that happened transpired, be it by the way she dressed or was acting, or the fact that she went in willingly knowing what was going to be expected of her. That was the mindset of the times, and unfortunately, with a lot of people, that's still the mindset. See people out there today, they slut shame young women because, well, if you weren't dressed like that, it wouldn't have happened to you. No, bullshit. It doesn't matter how these women are dressed or any of that sort of thing. Jimmy Savile was a full grown adult by this point. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He could have very easily requested women who were of age. He chose not to because he knew and understood that the majority of women his age or within his age group would not be willing participants in what he planned, but that people who were under the age of consent or maturity, however you want to look at it, to me, in my mind, that's 18, were more pliable to his desires and his demands. An interesting bit comes out of this period of time. A reporter by the name of George Tremlett, who worked for a newspaper in Britain called People from 1961 to 1968, has gone on the record stating that the paper was actually investigating Jimmy Savile during this period of time, and that the reason they were investigating him was over rumors that Savile had a liking for young girls. According to Tremlett, they had names of individuals who were abused, and apparently the people had also during this period of time hired Savile to do a series of articles for him, so therefore it was a conflict of interests to run a story concerning one of the individuals who is working for your paper. And although this particular manner of a story dying concerning Savile and his practices is unusual, it is not the first nor the last time that a newspaper killed a story concerning Jimmy Savile over their relationship with him. Yes, the majority of the time papers would kill a story when the pressure was put on them either by friends of Savile in the form of law enforcement or other dignitaries, or because Savile threatened to bring charges against the paper for libel. Sometimes he was friends with a reporter who gave him news of what the paper was up to. At others, he was friends with the editor of the paper, and he was able to just talk to them and get them to kill the story by promising something in the form of, an exclusive story about Jimmy Savile. So the editor would agree without realizing what it was that Savile was asking them to do. This falls into the category, Savile liked to tell people he wasn't smart, he wasn't sneaky, he was crafty, and he was. He was always out to protect his public image and keep anything untoward about himself from the newspapers unless he himself put the green seal of approval on it. Referring back to the Jimmy Savile documentary
one of Margaret Thatcher's aides is talking about how she had been trying to get Savile a knighthood during the 1980s, and how, the people who make such decisions saw it as a bad idea because he had a sort of unsavory history. And then he goes on to read a series of newspaper articles that Savile was interviewed for, where he talks about his time working in the dance halls and roughing up youths, and sort of hints at his connections to the underworld, but he's incredulous while he's reading it as though this was a revelation, when the reality of the fact is, from the inception of his mainstream acceptance within Great Britain, Jimmy Savile always told these stories. It wasn't something new. Him giving these kind of interviews was nothing out of the ordinary. I personally think that his reaction and the reaction of people in power when these stories came out was a way to try and save face, in order to show that no, we can't give this man a knighthood because look at these revelations that just came out. That's simply not true. The revelations didn't just come out, they'd been out there for years at Savile's own behest. As 67 turned into 68, Britain began to go into a recession. It was known in Britain as the I'm Backing Britain campaign, wherein people across the country would send in money of their own in order to attempt to help assuage the national debt. Jimmy Savile saw this as an opportunity to further self publicize, and it was at this point that his ties to Leeds General Infirmary really became strongest. Savile began volunteering in earnest during his free time at Leeds General Infirmary. Now, he'd already been doing this for a number of years, but during the I'm Backing Britain campaign, he really got into it. And the hospital was glad to have him because Savile decided he was going to do a 2-week stint at the hospital, which was actually a rarity for him during any period of his life, for Savile to stay put in one place for other than a few days. But he calculated and weighed this carefully in his mind, and the pros outweighed the cons for him, because he was able to get newspapermen from all over the country to attend his very first day, as well as news reporters from the BBC. This is the first time in Savile's life that we really see him turning it up as far as, his charity contributions. He'd always been into the charity, but at this point, with his star on the rise, he's got a way to really fix the public image that he wants to portray in the mind of those who are watching. And he does this. Years later, he would go on and say that, a 15 minutes is a publicity stunt, 15 years is a lifetime dedication. Savile earned the moniker of Savile the Social Worker because of this stint at Leeds General Infirmary. Savile stated about his experience with hospital, quote unquote, "I think the majority of people like me, and I think they like me because they know I'm honest." While after his death, friends of Savile stated that they believe he became so entrenched within the hospitals because it gave him the emotional support that he needed in his life, which he had nowhere else inside of it. I personally believe that Savile attached himself to the hospitals twofold. One, it gave him excellent publicity, and in doing so, helped him shore up power around himself, because the royals and politicians, as well as individuals who were involved in the police forces, were oftentimes tied to these hospitals in some way, shape, or form. And by doing charity work at these hospitals, he could therefore, come into their sphere of influence. But it also allowed him to have access to young women who would fulfill his sexual needs, whether that was willingly or unwillingly. And this was to become a major part of the public persona of Jimmy Savile. He was always talking about his sick and crippled children and how dying children would call him just because they wanted to talk to, quote unquote, my Jimmy. And this is a recurring theme throughout his history, as well as really the history of Britain. As people referred to him as either my Jimmy or our Jimmy. This is really how he entrenched himself into the public consciousness and the heart, and one of the reasons why so many people do not believe the allegations that have been levied against him. And I can understand that to a point, because if someone is so beloved, even though they're odd and weird, you don't want to believe the absolute worst of them. These same people come forward and say, there's no real evidence that he did these things. He was pretty open about his sexcapades, etc., etc. My take on it is, whether there's smoke, there's fire. There have been so many credible allegations levied against him in the years since his death. It's inconceivable to me to believe that he wasn't abusing some of these people. I'm not saying he abused them all. Again, I've stated over and over again, some of these individuals were willing participants in what he was doing. In fact, there's a number of them who've gone on the record who stated they were willing participants, and it was only later in life that they realized that they were victims. That's one of those important pieces of Jimmy Savile that you have to keep in mind when you're looking through all of this stuff and listening to and watching everything on Jimmy Savile. Just because they were victims of his doesn't mean that they weren't willing victims. They just didn't have the mental capacity at that period of time to understand the seriousness of what was going on, and that what he was doing was absolutely wrong. 1968 was also the year that Jimmy Savile began his long association with Broadmoor Hospital. For those who don't know what Broadmoor is, it's an insane asylum, for lack of a better term, where for the criminally insane, individuals like the Yorkshire Ripper were housed there for a period of time. I believe that either Myra Hindley or Ian Brady may have been housed there, but it's not a nice place. Regardless, at some point in 1968, someone from Broadmoor, a patient, contacted Jimmy Savile asking if he would like to come in and fundraise for them and be a member of their group, which was called Nutters Inc. Savile stated that he responded to this individual by letting them know that he would only become a member of this Nutters Inc. and participate in things going on at the hospital if the boss would contact him. The individual running the hospital at this period of time reached out to Savile, and there began his association with the hospital. Savile had a walnut that was on a lacquered piece of wood inscribed with Nutters Inc. / Jimmy Savile. And he got this from individuals at this hospital / prison. And it was this type of stuff that really started to entrench Savile in British society. However, there were other changes coming in 1968 that further established Jimmy Savile as, a face in Britain. Pirate radio, such as Radio Luxembourg, went the way of the dodo bird at some point in the mid to late 60s, and the BBC was quick to jump on this void, launching Radio 1. Now, before I really jump into what happens with Radio 1, I'm going to explain a little bit about pirate radio. In Britain at this period of time, for the most part, there was no such thing as commercial radio or commercial television. You had the BBC and a couple other smaller stations, and these stations would really only play the stuff that the government looked on as being, morally sound. So, in the 60s, a lot of radio stations popped up, such as Radio London and Radio Caroline, Radio Luxembourg, and they operated outside of the jurisdiction of the British government, usually in rusted out hulks of ships that sat out just outside of British waters, and they would transmit their radio signals into Great Britain. Well, Britain was eventually able to outlaw these pirate radio stations and therefore clamp down on their airwaves. And as a result of this, the BBC was able to move in and branch out from doing stodgy old, news and music shows into pop music. And they did this by launching 4 radio stations, Radio 1, Radio 2, Radio 3, and Radio 4. And Savile was almost immediately attached to Radio 1. He was hired by a man by the name of Robin Scott. Scott pulled DJs from these pirate radio stations, including Tony Blackburn, Ed Peel, Ed Stewpot Stewart, all names known to the youth of Great Britain. As I said a few moments ago, Savile was linked with Radio 1 almost from the start, and I say almost from the start because initially he was not contacted by Robin Scott because the BBC had fears that there might be some kind of moral outrage over Savile's on-air antics, which had been on display for years at this point on Radio Luxembourg. Savile stated that the reason he wasn't contacted at first was because he was earning 3 times as much as the other disc jockeys, and this very well could be true because at this point Savile was a numerous time winner of Disc Jockey of the Year. But again, it also has to do with the public image that he had been presenting prior to this through television and through the radio and his various other public appearances. My guess is that BBC saw that their numbers were not as high as they had hoped, and because of this, they decided to reach out and recruit the number 1 disc jockey in Great Britain. When Savile did eventually come in to Radio 1, not many months after its inception, he had a deal that was different than everyone else's. Savile claimed in later years that his deal included the BBC buying him a new Rolls-Royce every year, which may or may not be true. However, it should be noted that Jimmy Savile did in fact have a new Rolls-Royce every year from this point forward. But he also had a show that was much different than any other show being presented by the BBC. It was called Savile's Travels. And basically, it had him spinning records interspersed with interviews from normal, everyday people that he encountered throughout his travels across Great Britain. And more than anything else, it was another way that Jimmy Savile distinguished himself from his peers. You had all these other DJs who came and went, were being hired, were being fired, doing these sort of standard radio programs, and then you have him who is doing his own thing that nobody else is doing, nobody else is attempting to infringe upon what he's doing. So, in addition to being accepted by the establishment, both on television and with his radio program, he is further distinguishing himself amongst the pack of radio DJs and television presenters by doing something completely different. You might be thinking, why did none of the other DJs try to do what it was that Savile was doing? A, they didn't have the power that Savile had at this period of time, but I have to believe there was also a level of fear involved as well, because Savile was known to be a pretty prickly bastard if you crossed him or stepped on his toes. And although I've never encountered anything saying as such, I have to believe that there may have been veiled threats coming from Savile to other presenters, letting them know that if you take my gig from me, you're going to have problems. And is already demonstrated in the program where I discussed Savile and his ties to Manchester and the underworld therein. Savile was more than capable of carrying out these kind of, assaults or whatever it was he would have done to these individuals. Like, people knew this. A lot of these people moved in somewhat similar circles to Savile, but they also heard the rumors about him. So there's your reason why they would not jump in on what Savile was doing, because this guy, we don't know what he's capable of. We don't know who he really knows. We just know that he knows a lot of important people, and that there are rumors that bad things happen to good people who cross him. But Savile was still building his power base and his stardom. Around this period of time, 68, 69, Savile gets a new show on BBC One called Quiz Bingo that saw him culling contestants who would form teams from the various hospitals across Britain. And this added to his level of respectability, that people who worked in the hospitals were now willing to come on the air with him. I'm going to share a quote to end this week's episode. This is from a man named David Eager, who was Jimmy Savile's personal assistant during this period of time, who claimed that he noticed a change in his boss right around this period. Eager said, "One of the things he always said to me about this business is the most liked person is also the most hated, because it's worth hating something that other people like. This is why you are always good news for a newspaper. You've got to be aware that the more you become known, the more you become part of the establishment, the more you're going to get people hating you." I think that's a very telling statement from Savile, because really what he's saying there is that the more popular you become, the more scrutiny that the media as well as those who are in power are going to put you under. And unlike many who were in similar positions as Savile, he was always aware of the scrutiny that he was under. That is directly tied into the coalescence of power that he had been undertaking over the last decade, because he's being fed the information about what is being said about him, what may or may not be about to be printed about him, and he's able to preemptively strike now before any of that can happen. And he is a master of it, but he's even going to become even more masterful of it, as you're going to see in the next episode when we move into the 70s, and he is basically given that green stamp of approval by the establishment, something that very few in his line of work would ever achieve, especially to the levels that he was able to be accepted and approved of. As we left off last week, Savile
is really going towards that superstardom that he has been craving and the acceptance of the establishment. The 60s are drawing to a close. It's just about to be 1970. He not only is hosting massively popular shows on BBC television, but now he has been brought in to do a program on BBC Radio 1, which was called Savile's Travels, which basically was Savile traveling around the countryside interviewing everyday people. This not only won him popularity with the masses at large, as they saw Savile as their guy. As I've said in other episodes, he was referred to collectively as our Jimmy. And this was really cementing that image in the public consciousness. In addition to this, he's been doing work with charities for a year or two now. Like, he'd always been doing it, but he's really doubling down on it, spending time in hospitals such as Broadmoor and Leeds General Infirmary. He's also brought this over into his Savile's Travel program, where he's pushing a girl for charity 13 miles, a young girl who's in a wheelchair, constantly plugging the charity work that he is doing almost in every public appearance in some way, shape, or form. Well, at the same time he's doing this, he's still doing the Jimmy Savile self-promotion. And people will say he was this, he was that, he was a good man, he was a bad man. Regardless of any of that, there was one thing that Savile surpassed everyone at, and that was promoting Jimmy Savile. I really don't believe there's ever been anybody before or since who has been a master at self-promotion like Savile was. Because everything that he did, whether it was appearances for, a cracker factory opening or a charity event or his radio program, everything all centered at the end of the day around him, the image he had built of himself, and getting that out there to the masses. He attracted crowds pretty much wherever he went. You can find archival footage of him online, and you'll see exactly what I mean. This skinny, bleach blonde-haired man in a tracksuit, or as they call it in Britain, a shell suit. Anywhere he goes, he's got massive crowds around him. Savile ascribed this to his ability to mass hypnotize people. Yes, you did hear me right. Jimmy Savile claimed to be a hypnotist, and in fact stated that he was told by a very famous British hypnotist named Joseph Karma that he had a special gift that not even Karma possessed, and that was the ability to mass hypnotize people. Whether Savile actually possessed this or not, I don't know, but what is known, and you can find a lot of documentation about this, people that spent any amount of time around Savile found themselves lulled by his tone of voice, his cadence. Whether or not this was actually hypnotism or not, I'm not going to speculate on. But he had a gift where he was able to get people to be not only massively comfortable around him, but get them to do the things that he wanted without telling them as much. And I think that's a pretty good definition of hypnotism. This didn't just, involve individuals in his personal life. It also, the public. They believed in what he was selling. And so did the girls that he encountered. I have to keep re-emphasizing this, that not everybody who was a victim of Savile was an unwilling participant in the things that he was doing. I don't know if that makes him so much of a hypnotist as it does just an expert salesman. Because that is in reality what Savile was. He was just the greatest salesman that you could possibly be. Anything that he attached his name to drew massive attention. Any appearance that he made drew mass attention. And he did this all the while bragging about the things that he was doing, whether it was how much money he was making. He would often tell reporters that the money he was making for making this appearance at the opening of a store or whatever it was going to charity. The reason for this was twofold. Savile was making a lot of money at this point, but it also helped continue to cast him in that perfect public light. And it kept people from questioning his lifestyle because, as I've talked about, Savile never stayed put in one place for very long. He was constantly on the move. And as the 70s really start rolling along, he's got the success of his show, Savile's Travels. He buys a camper van, a Mercedes, with a large bed in the back, bedecked to show some form of opulence, and it's out of this vehicle that he begins living out of as he traverses the country. Now, there will be other, and there have been other campers that he had set up in various areas throughout the country, but this van is his first known rolling home on wheels. And it's out of this van that a lot of his abuses are going to take place. I've read things that state from 1967 up until roughly around 1979 was the peak of Savile's abuse. And I can believe that because at this point he is, like I said, he's going towards that superstar status. But as the decade progresses, you will see he goes from beyond being just a superstar, he becomes a megastar in Great Britain. And with that mega stardom, obviously, people flock to him. He has a lot of opportunities to do things that polite society would frown upon. Things he'd been doing for, at this point, well over a decade. Before we transverse into the 70s, though, just a couple of things that happened as 1969 wrapped up. Savile was the first civilian presented with a Marine Commando Green Beret, which Savile ended up being buried with. So, on top of everything else, he was an honorary Green Beret. In September of that year, he emceed a Radio 1 program called Speakeasy, which was part of BBC Radio 1's religious broadcasting department. And basically, it was the BBC's way of assuaging the outraged individuals within the society who thought that the rock and roll that they were peddling was morally corrupting their children. Again, I've talked about in other episodes how Savile always seemed to slip in something about his religious beliefs and how he was a strong Catholic and how the good that he did was outweighing the bad that he did. This is the first time on a national level that he brings the idea of his religion to the masses. He'd been doing it in bits and spurts throughout the years, but now he's really got a vehicle to push his religious beliefs on the teen youth of the nation. Speakeasy covered a variety of topics, whether it was censorship, drugs, alcohol, teenage marriage, teenage sex. And again, you see that's something that Savile likes to come back to discussing.
is sex, specifically premarital sex. Remember, he's a Roman Catholic. The Roman Catholic Church looks down upon premarital sex. And in one program where they were discussing birth control, Savile stated, "I have never given anyone a kid in my life, and I'm sure that if I was having it off and the Pope said I had committed a sin by not producing offspring, I would say I'd wait to appear before our Lord, because I don't think he'd be that unreasonable." And Savile was able to get away with saying these kinds of things when many others were not able to talk, whether it was in veiled suggestions or openly, about their escapades. And this was during a time and in a country where any talk of sex was considered a scandalous affair, to say the least. I mean, even in our society today, you look at it and there are people who just are over sexualized and throwing it in your face constantly, and then you have other people who are tight lipped and don't say a word. Savile walked that fine line between both. He said just enough that you knew he was doing things, but not enough to enrage the establishment or the consciousness of the country at large. Savile didn't just talk about sex on the program, however. He used it as a vehicle to bring more high-profile and influential people inside of his sphere of influence. Again, we've talked about it ad nauseum, the idea that Savile liked to build layers of protection around himself wherever it was that he happened to be in the country at the time. Speakeasy was no different in that regard. He had defense ministers on his show. He had party chairman for parliament on the show, and he would do this before, general elections and things of that nature. So he was ingraining himself to these people, because these people obviously want to get reelected, and Savile is giving them a free avenue to promote themselves. He was able to get away with asking them questions that humanized them in some fashion that other individuals might not be able to ask them. A lot of these questions obviously revolved around sex. All of this led the BBC to increasingly entrust Savile with more and larger projects, such as the television show on BBC Two, 10 Years of What, which was a look back at the 1960s. And on this show, Savile interviewed individuals who had been important within British society, as well as made an impact on British life. Some of these include Cardinal Heenan, who was the Archbishop of Westminster; Enoch Powell, who was the Secretary of Health at a period of time in the 60s, as well as a member of Parliament; Arnold Schlesinger, who was an aide to President Kennedy. And the list goes on, and the people at the BBC, some of them were skeptical, and once again, Savile proved them wrong, as the show, while not a smashing success, was nevertheless successful. This raised Savile's stock within the BBC. A profile piece on Savile in the magazine Listener later stated, "The way he conducted himself in BBC TV's review of the decade persuaded many of those within television who had dismissed him as a mere fairground huckster that he had a keen understanding of current affairs, and in Speakeasy his capacity to grasp the most esoteric of subjects and conduct discussions with some high-powered intellects betokens an active brain under the cloth and bells." You can see from that statement that Savile was something of a chameleon, in that he was able to transverse between social and economic class and commoners and individuals of importance. And this is part
of his appeal to people. He's really an everyman who goes so much further than every man. Intermingled with all of this are the stories that would come out in later years regarding, alleged assaults, as well as Savile's own recounting of events. And then there are women who came forward who stated that they were underage. They went along with what he wanted because of who he was and what he could give them, or what they perceived he could give them, but in later years they realized that what he did was criminal. And then you have individuals who threw out stories of one of the best known individuals in Britain basically attempting to rape them on the streets. Right around this time that Savile is doing Speakeasy and 10 Years of What, he's alleged to have pulled up alongside a 19-year-old woman and offered her a ride, and which she readily accepted. Upon seeing who he was, Savile apparently drove this young woman back to his camper, at which point he attempted to rape her before telling her to take a souvenir, which was a crucifix, and telling her to get out of his camper. This is one of those stories that, at least to me, is absolutely unbelievable. And the reason it is unbelievable is, again, Savile is one of the most well-known, if not the most well-known faces in Great Britain at this period of time, and the idea that he would openly, on a crowded public street, pick up a woman and then attempt to rape her, that loses a little bit of credibility. People would definitely have seen and remembered a man driving a Rolls Royce picking up a 19-year-old woman in broad daylight on a crowded city street. Savile, as I understand him, was much more low-key when he actually went out and found himself a partner, be they willing or not, than this story suggests. He was not about to risk everything that he had by going out and so blatantly committing an assault. This falls into the category of stories of him raping and molesting boys in rooms filled with people who were watching and laughing. As was demonstrated last week, Savile was much more likely to get those in power to be accomplices in his crimes than he was to go out and commit an assault like this. He was also known to frequent prostitutes, specifically in the Leeds area. Things that can be, ascribed and written away as just having a bit of fun, or in the case of prostitutes, can be conducted discreetly. Which I think is an important aspect of Jimmy Savile that's often overlooked. He might talk a good game about the things that he was getting into, but he never named names. And beyond a few people who came forward to the police that were dismissed, nobody ever came forward during his lifetime, really. As we were discussing, one of the tales that has come out since Savile's passing about his supposed assault on a 19-year-old basically in broad daylight in a crowded downtown, and how it was very unlikely that Savile would perpetrate such a crime given how high profile he was, how easily he could obtain companionship, his proclivity for engaging the services of prostitutes, etc. Savile did engage in assaults that were unwanted. There are many, many believable tales of women coming to his caravan and Savile getting them inside, and once inside, locking the door and leaping upon them. And people knew about these assaults, although not the circumstances of them. There have been numerous interviews done throughout the years since his passing of individuals who saw Savile's caravan, quote unquote, rocking, and knowing that he was in there with a young woman. Whether they knew their age or not is unknown. But because of this type of stuff, seeing his van rocking all of the young girls around Savile, people in the BBC began talking in the hushed corridors of Broadcasting House about him, and it was one of those things that they knew about it, but they didn't go to anybody with it because they feared what might happen to them should they kill the golden goose that's laying the golden eggs. The golden goose in this regard being Savile, because Savile was guaranteed money at this point, and when at the end of the day, that's what everything comes down to. You see a lot of people on internet chat boards and YouTube videos, things of that nature. If people knew about this, why didn't they say something? Money. It's as simple as that. Back then, and even still to this day, if you go forward to your employers about somebody who is making a lot of money for your corporation with accusations of any type of sexual impropriety, there's a very good chance that you're the one who's going to face consequences, not that individual. Back during the 60s and 70s, it was a guarantee that nothing was going to happen, especially with a star of Savile's caliber. And I've tried to impress upon the American public just how big a star Jimmy Savile was. I've called him Dick Clark on steroids. It might be fair to state that he was of a rarefied air. He was a rock star who didn't play any instruments, but he was a rock star nonetheless. But he was the establishment's rock star. Everything he touched turned to gold. Anywhere he went, dollar signs appeared. And the people high up in the BBC understood and knew this, and also knew that they needed to protect him no matter what. Now, whether this is something that was openly stated in boardrooms or in offices is unknown, but it was something that was known throughout the BBC, that Savile is the Pied Piper, the chosen one, and that you don't cut off your nose to spite your face. If we do something such as fire Jimmy Savile, we're going to be cutting our own throat, because he was so extremely popular, and his popularity continued to grow as the years went on. So revered was Savile that in January of 1970, he was granted an appearance on the television program This Is Your Life. This Is Your Life was a program that would surprise people by, stepping out of parades to, ambush them, or while they were walking down the street, and it was invariably somebody who was important and influential. I believe there was even a American program under the same title, and what they would do is they would go over your life, and you would hear a voice talking, singing your praises before that individual was revealed. And it was considered to be a fairly big honor to be gifted with an appearance on This Is Your Life. They gave you a book commemorating the entire thing. For Savile, this was another brick in the wall that he was building, that he was and had been accepted by not only society, but the establishment. And a lot of this acceptance stemmed from the fact that he parlayed his celebrity into helping others. Savile liked to state that he gave more than half of his yearly earnings to charity.
And this wasn't something that he stated once or twice during his lifetime. He stated this continuously throughout the years to really anybody who would listen, that look how great a guy I am. I'm making all of this money, but most of that goes to charity because I don't need that much to live on. Some people might be wondering, how can that be so? Well, remember how big a star Savile was. And even at this point, 1970, he is a massive star. If he went into a place, more likely than not, he did not have to pay for his own meals. They were being comped to him, because just having a celebrity of the caliber of Jimmy Savile in your establishment was seen as not only an honor, but it would also result in sales in the future from others, because a lot of these places would take pictures of Savile at their restaurant and then hang it up on the wall to let customers know, look how good we are, even Jimmy Savile comes in and eats here. 1970 ends and 1971 rolls around, and the first of many scandals to rock the BBC, particularly in regards to pop culture, occurs. And it specifically is surrounding the Top of the Pops program, of which Savile was one of the presenters. The way Top of the Pops worked was, it was almost like a nightclub where if you were young and pretty or handsome and dressed in the fashion that they wanted, you would be allowed to come onto the show and be part of the studio audience slash dancers. Now, a number of these individuals, particularly the girls, were underage and tried to present themselves as being of age. The BBC, up until this point, pretty much had a, if you're over 14 and you can prove it, you can come in mentality going on. And unfortunately, a lot of the young people who came into the show saw that being on this show was their way to becoming a star. This is because some members of the audience over the years had gone on to bigger things. I believe a few of the dancers had gone on to become singers of some level of success. But really, these were starstruck kids who wanted to be around the individuals that they idolized and saw this, opportunity to be on this show as not only a way to be around these individuals, but also possibly become famous themselves. In reality, these young women were coming on to the show. A lot of them were dressed provocatively, and that's not an excuse for what happened to them, but they're around, famous virile individuals, and many of them did end up in these stars' beds. So the scandal began slowly with the revelation of payola, which was record companies paying either disc jockeys or the station itself to pay specific records in order for that record to become a hit. It became known as the payola scandal, and it was a huge deal, which, I cannot grasp why it was such a big deal, because they had been openly doing this during the 1960s. A good example is when Savile started as a radio DJ, and he had his program that specifically promoted Warner Brothers artists in the UK. That would be the Decca radio programs. And this wasn't just a scandal in the UK. The US also had a payola scandal where it was eventually decided that if a record company did this, then that needed to be disclosed to the listening audience as paid airtime. I believe Great Britain was the same way. They decided that if you're going to do this, it has to be declared as paid airtime. They cited improprieties and underhanded practices. Reality of it is that this was just the government's way of letting it be known that if money's changing hands, we want our cut of it in forms of taxes. And I say that because payola still goes on in the music industry with radio stations. Now, though, instead of giving the disc jockeys money or the radio stations money, the record company will invite them to gala events or offer them trips and things of that nature. But at this period of time, 1970, 1971, it was a huge scandal, and all of the radio stations in Britain were reeling from these revelations. Add into this the revelations that were about to come concerning Top of the Pops. As I discussed a few moments ago, a lot of these young women who were going to Top of the Pops and getting in as dancers were having sex with the DJs who were presenting the show, as well as with the rock stars who were performing on the show. One of these young girls by the name of Claire McAlpine ended up overdosing in beginning part of 1971. She was 15 years old. She was found by her mother with a bottle of empty sleeping pills next to her and a red leather-bound diary. And according to McAlpine's mother, Vera, inside of this diary, her daughter detailed her sexual escapades with various DJs and rock stars. News of the World, which was a tabloid newspaper in Great Britain, was the first to break this story. And again, it sent shockwaves throughout both the BBC and the music industry, because it was a situation of, we know this stuff is going on, but as long as nobody says anything about it or nothing untoward comes out, we don't know anything. And the death of Claire McAlpine, who danced on the show under the name of Samantha Clare, may never have become known were it not for the payola scandal, which the News of the World was the first to break. And part of the payola scandal involved them revealing that what they called pluggers, who were really promotions men for these record companies, were enticing various disc jockeys and show producers to play their records, be it through money or bringing them to parties where mass amounts of drugs and narcotics were taken, and supposedly orgies took place involving call girls. The News of the World kept digging into the story of payola, and in doing so, they discovered some things about Top of the Pops that led to the revelations concerning Claire. When they began investigating Top of the Pops, they were eventually led to a man by the name of Harry Goodwin, who was the in-house photographer for the show. Now, Goodwin was one of Savile's friends from back in the days of working for Bill Benny, who, if you will remember, was the pro wrestler turned godfather of Manchester. Now, Benny is seen as something of an icon in the pop music industry because of his work on Top of the Pops and the photographs he took. However, Goodwin was doing other things at Top of the Pops that were largely brushed under the rug in the years since the revelations came to light. Undercover reporters recorded Goodwin telling a musician about how he was taking pornographic pictures of the young girls who were appearing on the program
They also recorded Goodwin telling a rock star that he was making pornographic videos involving some of these young women and showing them to people. According to the recorded conversation, Goodwin stated to this star who was interested in purchasing one of the films, "You're not having it because name redacted is one of my best customers and he has not seen this yet. He will go mad when he sees this." Interestingly, Goodwin was found not to be in possession of any of the offending materials when police came to look inside of all his lockers. However, he let it slip during the interview where he stated that nothing was found, that he had in fact been tipped off by a friend that this raid was forthcoming. So right after the revelations concerning Top of the Pops came out in News of the World, Claire McAlpine, who was 15 years old, wound up dead. This was about 2 weeks after the interview with Goodwin was revealed. According to Claire's mother, Vera, she had read her daughter's diary about a month beforehand and was appalled by what she discovered within, namely that her daughter had been sleeping with one DJ from BBC's radio programs, but also that she had been sleeping with one of the presenters from Top of the Pops. And upon learning this information, she forbade her daughter from appearing on Top of the Pops again. There are two versions of the story regarding why Claire McAlpine took her own life. One is that she was so shamed by the things that she had done that she took the sleeping pills, although this is contradicted by the fact that people who knew Claire McAlpine from those days went on the record, although their names were redacted at the time because of their ages, and told reporters that she had flat out stated that all she wants to do is be on TV, and if that means that she has to sleep with the men presenting the television, then that is what she is willing to do. The other version of the story is that when her mother forbade her from appearing on television again, she was so distraught after losing the one thing in life that she wanted that she decided she could no longer continue on with living and thus took her life. Out of all this, there were inquiries launched both internally by the BBC as well as by Scotland Yard, and it's interesting to note that Jimmy Savile, out of everybody involved with the presenting side of Top of the Pops, made appearances in public to try and assuage the opinion of people regarding the show. And in doing this, he pretty much came out and said that, yeah, I'm having sex with underage girls, or at least girls who are not 18. Remember, the age of consent in Britain at this time was 16, and stating he had many girlfriends and he counts them and their parents among his friends. In an article with the Daily Express, he stated, "Many a time I have dated a good-looking girl I've met on the show, but what I say to them is, ask your folks if I can come around for tea. I much prefer being with a family with a pretty girl in the center than a session in the back of my car. For one thing, you can't see how pretty the girl is in the back of my car." When discussing the show, Savile tried to present it as a family-type atmosphere. And discussing the women, he stated that 19 and 20-year-olds with some experience of the world may look at me as a sexual object, but the younger ones, the 14 to 16-year-olds, don't even think about sex. In fact, they would be most offended if you suggested anything sexual to them. In this same article, he also stated, I've quote-unquote Met young crumpet that would knock your eyes out. 14-year-old girls with bodies on 'em like Gina Lollobrigida. I love 'em, but not in the going to bed sense. Savile also said in this article that these young girls would go to great lengths to find out where he lived so that they could camp out on his front stoop. Some people have dismissed this notion as Savile simply trying to tell the world what he was doing while trying to make it seem wholesome and, a wink wink, nod nod, this is what I'm doing, but look, they're coming to me. And people have stated in various chat rooms and other places that this is probably not the case. These girls didn't come to Savile, he went after them. History shows us different, however. Savile, wherever he went, he attracted a crowd. Yes, he had his teams that went with him, but for the most part, these crowds built around him organically, and we know that other rock stars had young women who would camp out at the hotels they were staying out in an effort to try and meet and be with these rock stars. So it's very, very possible, if not probable, that Savile was experiencing something of the same thing. This is how Savile ended up dodging the Claire McAlpine scandal, although it has come out in recent years that one of the men who was mentioned inside of her diary was in fact Jimmy Savile. It was stated she didn't put full names, just initials, and one of the set of initials was JS. What is interesting of note is that this diary has since been lost to the sands of time, so whether or not Savile was actually one of the men that Claire McAlpine slept with, we really will never know. It is interesting, though, that Savile went to great lengths above and beyond anyone else involved with Top of the Pops to assuage public opinion regarding the show, and this leads me to believe that Savile was more likely than not involved in a sexual relationship with Claire McAlpine, and he was doing his level best to make certain that, pardon the expression, none of the stink from her suicide got onto him. And he did a fairly good job of it, because after all of this happened, not much else was said concerning Claire McAlpine's death or the payola, at least in regards to Jimmy Savile. He was able to weather the storm, and in fact, his public defense of both Top of the Pops and the BBC culture as a whole further helped his stock to rise within the corporation. One last bit of interesting information is that Claire McAlpine's half-brother Mark has gone on the record in the last decade to state that Jimmy Savile was actually one of the men his sister had slept with, and that the police had actually questioned Savile, but he was able to dismiss the writings in her diary as the ramblings of a young woman who was lost in a world of her own, while presenting himself and the BBC as saintly stalwarts of British society. We are going to end the show this week there. Again, I'd like to thank everyone who has jumped on board the Deathcast for my coverage of Jimmy Savile. I honestly do appreciate it. Please, again, subscribe on your favorite podcast app, leave a 5-star review, check out the website corpsecreekpublishing.com, sign up for the mailing list, consider making a donation, and if you'd like to become a monthly contributor to the show and help with its production, go to tinyurl.com/DC Patreon. The Deathcast is a production of Corpse Creek Publishing. Until next time, stay morbid.